only. The individuals involved do not claim to be professionals in film criticism in any way, shape, or form. In fact, they lightly fancy themselves great big fucking idiots. Each individual's opinions are that of their own and do not necessarily reflect that of all parties present on screen. If you find yourself getting angry, upset, or outright appalled by any of the takes presented on the program, please refer to the second sentence. Enjoy!
Unmute yourself, brother. That was the last thing I said before the curtain. I said it looks great. Just remember, unmute yourself, brother. It happens, right? Once the camera's rolling, it happens, brother. Take it away.
Hot. Just pulled a Matt Sydal double or nothing. Just immediately hit my neck on the turnbuckle.
He's a great wrestler, so bodes well, right? Bodes well.
Right. Well, like I was saying, welcome everyone to the channel. Today, obviously, as we've been advertising, we're going to talk about Scream. The first 3 films, obviously, there's way more, and there's another one in the works. But most importantly, joined by one of the biggest guests on the platform, the great and powerful Joe Hulbert. Excuse me, I already fucked your name up. Welcome to the stream, brother. How are you?
I'm good. You were much closer to my name there than most people are, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Hulbert, Hublot, Hubcap. I'm great. I'm happy to be here. I know you talk cinema here, so I prepare by watching all the Bloodline segments back to back. And
well, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, I'm pretty prepared. But no, in all seriousness, this was actually an excuse for me to watch the Scream films once again. So
right, yeah,
I was happy to do that. I'm happy to be here. I have to say, and I know this is not what you want to hear right now. I am nervous would be strong, but this is different for me. You know,
right? Okay.
I'll be honest with you. Between you and I. Right. I've definitely reviewed wrestling matches that I haven't seen. I've just pretended. I mean, Chuck is in our chat.
Right.
Some of those Dynamite reviews, you know. Brian Cage, that was a good match. Just move, you know, I can do it. With this, this is not my, as you said in that wonderful disclaimer there, and this is not my expertise. So this is going to be very fun. I'm excited, but I am nervous, I must say. But I think we're going to have a good time, brother.
Fair. Well, to just add right on top of that, the entire time I've been telling all my loved ones, this could be a disaster for me. Joe knows ball. At least he's at the cinema enough to persuade me that he knows ball. So this could go very poorly for me. I might just tell you I like the movie 7 times after you give beautiful, eloquent reviews here. But, you know, we'll see how it plays out.
We will. If it goes poorly for you, it will go poorly for me. So we're in this together in that way. You know, it's sort of a shared adventure. And the beautiful thing about this is, if this is like terrible and we both decide it sucks, it's almost better.
Yeah, right? Yeah. I mean, I think because we could even play into it. We could say we're doing a satire of what a terrible podcast would look like.
We could do that, and then I could come back next month. We could do Halloween, and it could be slightly better, or maybe we go crazy and then we lean into the satire and it's terrible. Anything's possible. what I'm getting at is we have options at our disposal here. You know, you have a blank slate to work with, which is a beautiful thing.
Fair, yeah. You're coming in with a reputation here. I'm coming in green. They don't expect anything from me.
It's tough. Yeah, it's a different thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll be okay, though. You'll be okay. But don't worry about it. You'll be good.
Appreciate it. Yeah, like I said before in the pre-show here, Joe, as you know, I was on the late night grind for the tier list with Tope. He carried me through that whole thing there. Edited out some poor, blank spots in my speech there. And Novi, 100%. He took after you immediately, carried the ball as the judge or as the host of the thing. So, it's going to be very interesting seeing you on the other side here. Now I'm forced to host the host.
Mm-hmm.
But, we'll see how that plays out.
I mean, what you're going to learn quickly is that Tope and they suck compared to me, to be honest.
Yeah, I've heard that.
What you're basically experiencing is, like, you shared the ring with, Bishop Khan and I don't know, someone else. Totally owner.
Okay.
And now you're in. I mean, now you're in there with Danielson. You know, it's a different thing. You know, I don't know when Danielson's showing up, but for the sake of this analogy, that's what I'm going with. I'm sticking to it too. Which again could make it even better if the show sucks. So stakes.
Fair play. Well, let's start, I guess, by just introducing. I'm not sure either. This is the first time we've actually spoke about this. What's your kind of experience with the Scream franchise? Like, how do you feel about it? Is it your favorite horror franchise, etc.? Like, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, it's interesting. My family used to hate horror movies. And so when I was very, very young, it was kind of drilled into me they're not like real films. Like, like older folks can be very strange about horror movies. Like they hate gore and whatever it may be. So I never watched any of the horror franchise until I was older. And it was actually, so this is I think I spoke this elsewhere maybe, but it was a pandemic thing for me where I became like a horror franchise guy.
Wow.
And the first that obviously I'd seen other horror movies, but like truly become part of my personality, I guess you'd say. I watched Halloween 1, which I loved so much that I immediately went into Halloween 2, which I liked still, but loved less, which I think is generally the experience of Halloween 2. And then I became obsessed with that franchise in particular, and like I haven't seen all of them because the zombie ones I forfeited early on because it's just not my vibe.
Yeah, very different.
Very different. It's not my thing. But I've seen all the others, and as we're going to get into a little bit today, on occasion at least, Scream is it's a little bit of like spiritual little brother to Halloween in a lot of ways. There's a lot of nods to Halloween. There's a lot of honestly, I say references, but in some cases, especially in the first one, it's not even a reference. It's just they actively use Halloween in the first one.
Right, yeah.
So I always had that attachment to it, but Scream is more, Halloween's my favorite. Scream is a lot more consistent than Halloween. Like, I think all of the Screams are fun, to be honest with you. One of the ones we're going to talk about today has a lot of flaws, but I still think is like a good time. So it's definitely one of my favorite franchises. Obviously, recently that has been an interesting journey. But I'm a Scream fan for sure. I like Scream a lot. When I first watched it, it didn't capture me the way that, since I rewatched them so many times to the point where even doing it for this, it's almost like, I've seen them 101 times, it feels like, even though I probably haven't. It's just, they're always on. I see the ending of one, the beginning of another, like I always put them on. So I'm a big Scream fan for sure.
No, fair play. Yeah. I will say there's no reason for you to remember this, but just my personal experience with Late Night Grand, the first chat I think I ever remember just putting in the chat when you were live was I asked you for your review of Scream 5, and you politely obliged, and my response to that exposed that I was a great big fucking idiot because I said I think it's too meta, which I think really exposed myself.
That, actually, I remember it was you, but I remember that. Well, no, I think that's actually a valid thing. And what we did here is interesting because you do realize that element does expand as the series, because obviously the films become Scream's interesting in that what we see in the movies become movies within the world of Scream, right? Which is interesting, and it kind of forces that element to expand. So I actually get what you mean. I mean, 5 is very aggressive with that. I mean, there's extended scenes where it just like explains we are referencing horror films. It's just so I get you. I may have been more aggressive back then, but I was at a different point in my life, right, man.
You played it very polite. You handled it very well.
Good,
but. Yeah, so I guess just for me, shortly, Scream is and always has been my favorite. Just the original movie from 1996 has always been my favorite horror movie, followed by, in no particular order, Halloween and The Thing. So, when it comes to those three, I feel like I kind of know a little bit. Like, I'm not, again, as we put in the disclaimer, I'm not going to come here and tell you about the lighting in certain shots. I'm not going to tell you about what camera they used, what millimeters. We're just here to, just talk ball a little bit, see how it goes. And I reckon we should start with Scream 1. How about that?
Well, that would make sense, yeah. Although,
we could do two.
Just throw people off completely, like totally Scream 1 to 3 and go, anyway, let's talk about this upcoming Scream thing. I mean, but no, I think 1 makes sense. I take it away. I'm intrigued. Where are we going with this? Go for it.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just kind of run down the plot a little bit. Feel free. Any point that you feel I need to shut the fuck up and you have a thought, I'll obviously pause so we can discuss. Just how we feel. Anything we notice here that would just be fun to speak about here. But away we go. So Scream 1, obviously, the branding for it very popular for the Drew Barrymore bit. Putting her all over the covers, the poster, the ads, and everything.
Yes.
And this first 15 minutes is all about Drew, just being Drew, top tier. We see she's making popcorn, home alone, at least as we believe. She receives a phone call. It starts off pretty, fun, lighthearted. Quickly takes a turn.
Indeed.
Again, she's not playing into it too much yet until the killer on the other line threatens that he knows that she has a boyfriend. And she goes, well, how did you know that? And the killer then says, check the patio, cut the lights on. This is our first example here. She cuts the lights on and we see poor Steve just in terrible shape.
You had no chance.
Taped, no shot at all.
Right.
Just tore up here. And so the killer then, originally the first version of Do You Want to Play a Game here? Not representing Triple H, represent Saw, actually.
Yeah, as far as we know. Yeah, it could have been ahead of its time in that regard. But yes, we believe it not to be a Triple H reference, folks. True.
Correct. And so the question asked, which I'm interested to see if you would have answered this correctly in the moment, was who is the killer in Friday the 13th?
So this is actually a great, it is a great trick question, legitimately. I would definitely have got it wrong.
Oh, yeah, everyone would.
Everyone would, right? Okay, cool.
Right.
I always, it's actually interesting you ask, because I always wondered if that was just me and Drew being dumb, or that was just the correct.
No, I think everyone except my 11-year-old brother would have gotten a raise. So yeah, a little background there on him. He's a little freak. So
Respect.
as you say, you weren't into horror movies growing up.
He's the opposite.
Our whole family has kind of been. My grandpa, like for Halloween, builds like a little, no larger than this room here. He would build like a little haunted house gimmick.
Oh, that's
he would do Michael. We'd all get. I eventually did Ghostface, Pennywise, stuff like that. But so we kind of grew up into this kind of fucked up world here of horror genre, just way too early in our life. Like he's got Ghostface figures down there fighting Captain America. It's a wild experience.
Sounds pretty awesome, to be honest with you. But generally the public has forgotten that it's the mum it's like a thing. So I'm glad this is not just, me and Drew being dumb. But I've always thought this to be an interesting kind of, I have Psycho behind me there, as you see. And Psycho is famous for shocking people with, spoiler alert, the killing of the presumed lead star, right, with Janet Leigh. And much as you can see behind me was the centerpiece of all the promotion and such. And I've always thought that was kind of a cool, like, it's similar in that way. Obviously, this is much more drastic because Drew doesn't make it, 15 minutes maybe? Yeah. It also, I don't know if you've seen When a Stranger Calls, but it has big When a Stranger Calls energy. The first 20 minutes, maybe more, of When a Stranger Calls is incredible, and it's like very similar vibe where it's on the phone and so on and so forth. So two things I like very much there, kind of a little bit of a nod, I always thought.
Right. And as you allude to, the answer was definitely Pamela Voorhees, the mother. And unfortunately for Drew, or Casey, and Steve at this point, it's the wrong answer. So Casey goes to the patio, cuts the lights on, and poor Steve. Intestines all out, just showing it all for all of us to see. And obviously this throws Casey into complete shambles. Starts crawling behind the TV set, the piano here, very upset. And this leads to the first cat and mouse game of many in Scream. And unfortunately for Casey, she makes it outside. She thinks she's escaped. She sees her parents pulling up. The moment's here. She's got a chance to make it. And she doesn't, does she? She gets sliced in half.
It's so close, though, right? It is great that and it's I do wish I could have experienced this without being like aware of the idea because this absolutely did like rattle people. I'm almost certain, because she is very close. It feels like it's going to be a hook for the rest of the film, and instead it is a hook for the rest of the film, and not as you'd expect, because she will not be around for this point forward. So yeah, it is an awesome opening.
Right, and as you say, yeah, she gets so close, and she just doesn't make it in time. Nice little thing they decided to do here. Wes Craven decided to do. She remains on the phone as she's getting drug away, and her parents pick up the phone to obviously dial 911, try to see where Casey's at, and they hear her just gargling up blood on the other end, which is terribly upsetting. The mother goes outside first, and unfortunately, Casey is in bad shape, hanging from the tree there, obviously leading to the title card.
Yes, and I think it's a good time to talk about something that's been discussed a lot in terms of the original Scream, which is, and I like the sequels, as I said already, but the original Scream succeeds at being, and everyone has different feel for horror, it's much closer to conventionally scary than the rest of the films. Much closer. And
absolutely.
It is easy to forget how this is a pretty striking visual they end this thing with, dude, before they go to title screen. Like, this is not, they don't pull any punches with that. And I think watching these close by, one after another again, you do kind of remember the first one did have more of an edge, I think. And I think this opening, don't get me wrong, I mean, we'll get to the second opening, I think it's great, but yeah, this is, this really sets the tone, dude. It's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. A fun little thing here that, I noticed, I'm sure I'm not the only one. This is one of the first examples that they do of like foreshadowing in the film, because as she's like popping the popcorn, getting ready, there's like an outside shot, and it's the swing set hanging from the tree.
Yeah.
And just 10 minutes later, that swing set is no longer there, and you have Casey hanging there, which is, I thought, pretty neat. I mean, they do a lot of stuff where they foreshadow a lot prior to the event actually happening.
Yeah, which gives it a great rewatchability, right? Because there's things that will pop you more on the rewatch when you know where it's going, and that's often the case with the ghost face. Whoever's revealed, their character obviously is a different watch on the second watch.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of cool, and that's why I think Scream fans are like diehards, because you watch them front to back over and over and over and over again. So yeah, I'm with you completely.
Right. And they do, like you said, they do a good job of keeping the continuity. You're not going to see characters that are actually the Ghostface killer in the same scene as Ghostface. Like modern horror movies would not, be as careful in some respects to stuff like that. It's just really cool. Like you said, it adds to the rewatchability of a lot of these movies.
I was going to say, I mean, wait, this next Scream, they may struggle with these. I mean, I'm alarmed by some of the signs, but we'll we'll bring that,
bring back around to that at the end.
Yeah, we'll circle back. That makes sense.
All right, so after the title card, we transition to our first glimpses of Sidney Prescott, who obviously played by Neve Campbell. I've seen Nev and Neve.
I think I instinctively have always read it as Neve, but I'm pretty sure it's Nev for her.
All right, we'll go Nev.
I apologize, Neve, if it's Neve. Nev, I think it's Nev.
Yeah, I did message her. She's in the chat right now, so
she's pretty cool, dude. Yeah, she's pretty cool. She's she's Samoa Joe's co-star in Twisted Metal. Were you aware of this, Riceman?
No, with Anthony Mackie.
Yeah, smash hit program, bro. Thomas Hayden Church.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Incredible. Yeah, I was not aware. I might have to look into that. Probably not, but I might have to. All right. So we at this point, I think is the first time we kind of learn about Sidney's history here. I may be out of order where we learn about, or Maureen's history, to be exact, Sidney's mother. We learn about some abuse that happens and, unfortunately, her murder, right? And then this transitions to Sidney receiving her first phone call. Now, I have a dilemma here that I would like to bring up with you. Maybe at the end, maybe here, we'll see where it fits. But, she has her first phone call she receives. She kind of plays it off at first, I believe thinking it's Randy initially. Leads to a little battle where she then forces herself to go upstairs, and she barricades herself in her room by using the closet door, which slightly prior in the film, we saw when Billy Loomis came up there and snuck in through the window. She used the same method to keep her father out. So I thought that was a nice little touch. Just again, a little bit of foreshadowing.
There you go.
So she tries to
look at the
dial.
note taking. This is beautiful. Carry on, Rice.
Oh yeah, I tried. Put a
You're
little
locked
effort.
in, bro. You're locked in. Keep it going.
So at this point, yeah, Billy, or excuse me, the killer, Freudian slip there.
Go Fabe.
So the killer sees that Sydney tries to dial 911 originally. She can't do so. I believe it's kind of inferred the killer cut the line, so she tries to type up 911. I'm a young man. I've never seen someone type 911 before. Is this something that's common here?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you kind of implied I wasn't a young man there, but I'm not saying I have experience with personally, but you know, I do concede that. I mean, I'm wearing a hat currently because the grey hair is getting out of hand. So I understand. I should really have an answer to you. I don't have an answer, unfortunately. I'm grey before I should be. It's very, very sad. But Sydney is what a great character, Riceman, huh?
Oh, absolutely. My favorite, which this might be a debate here with you, because you are a Halloween fan. My favorite final girl completely is Sydney.
There's no debate. I'm with you. I'm with you completely. Almost every choice she makes, you can like talk yourself into.
Right.
She's badass, but not in a way that's like, not in a way where it feels that she loses a human touch, you know?
Right. She's not Jason Statham. She's
she's
a badass.
And she kicks ass, but she still feels vulnerable, and her backstory has like actual depth and interest. And you mentioned the way they kind of paint the picture of her mum and all, and they do give you time. It's easy to forget this stuff unless you're doing it like how we're doing it, where you're making notes and stuff. They do give you time with Sydney as a character, where you're letting the idea of that backstory soak in, and that's, I think, something that is often forgotten with these iconic horror pictures is how they're more patient than their sequels remember. You know, like you get time with Sydney, so that when that call you're talking about happens, it's like it's big business. I mean, it's a dramatic thing. It's very tense.
Right. Yeah, I was just gonna say you really feel the tension when you are able to connect the characters, and it's not just a body getting killed, essentially. Which a lot of the horror movies, I just referenced Halloween Kills, or the more recent Halloween franchise. I don't believe that any of those characters get you to a point where you're like, I really hope they don't die. You know, but with Sydney, you're and with other characters that may have an unfortunate ending, you're allowed to connect to them as well.
For sure, and because they've done what they did in the first scene, they have you on edge because they've earned that, right? It's like
no one's
you can't sit there and be like, oh, she's fine, because the person you expected to be one of the lead players in the movie is gone. Like, so that also, and that's obviously the kind of thing, and that's why it's hard to judge sequel or original. The original has superpowers in that way that the sequels can't have because they've got a rule book by then. So, but yeah, Sydney's immediately awesome. Absolutely.
Right. And as we're saying, right back into the bedroom here when Billy sneaks back through the window after the killer, just flees, disappears. He's gone out of the picture. And then in comes Billy, through the window, the last time we seen Ghostface, he was trying to snatch Casey through a window. Just immediately bad vibes. Red flags go up, which again, in retrospect, it's pretty easy for me to point that out. I'm not. I will say I'm not. I remember being shocked that it was the two killers. Kayfabe here. I don't remember necessarily that if I was correct in assuming, because I think I did the thing where at some point in the movie I said, "Oh, it's them." So then in the end, I was gonna be right because I said 8 of the characters were Ghostface.
Yeah, that's the one problem with rewatching stuff a lot is I do anyway. I'm getting old. I forget what my initial. I don't think I was aware it was it's the problem. The other issue is when I watched them. You had that kind of young gun horror experience. A lot of these twists and such are like apparent to me because I'm just aware of what they are before I've watched them, which is also something I wish I could change. I can't remember with this in particular. When you rewatch it, however, I mean, the lads were There's a couple moments where they believably you could kind of talk yourself out of it, but there's some red flags. I think.
Oh, absolutely. We will definitely address some of those here shortly.
Yes.
But yeah, like I said, the two they go for a hug there. A cell phone of sorts falls out of Billy's pocket here, and Sid immediately is on edge. She's like, "Well, this doesn't make sense. You just showed up randomly. Now there's a phone call falling out your pocket, or a phone falling out of your pocket rather." And Billy gets arrested. Which, now we're at the sheriff's station. We first hear that Sid's father's missing, which will come into play later on in the film. When they decide at this point Sydney doesn't feel safe, so she makes the decision, or Dewey and Tatum essentially make the decision for her that maybe you should come hang out with us for the night, which feels like a logical step if you're in this position.
Yeah, they seem like good fun too, right? I mean, Dewey.
Right.
I think Dewey would be he'd be a great guest on this show. I feel like he'd be great on the Late Night Grin. I think Dewey, just good fun, really. I mean, obviously that's not her focus. I concede that, but it's an added bonus. Joe in our chat here, friend of the program, said he's spot on. He says, framing Billy right away for a first time viewer is smart because of the trope never being who you immediately expect, and that's where the double killer allows them to do that. Right? You kind of have you're able to take one of the killers and put them to the side, and then when they circle back to the reveal again, kayfabe, it isn't like, oh, it was them after all. You have a double kind of pop there, to use wrestling vernacular on this program,
Oh, yeah, there's gonna be plenty of that, because the way I've realized trying to describe some of this, I've already almost made, when you talked about Casey going down and there being a possibility that anyone could, in my head I was like, so this is like if AEW decided to switch the belts on Rampage, because now next time when you watch Rampage, you can be like, the belts could switch hands.
The problem with it is like, this video blows up and 50,000 people watch it and they have no idea who I am. They're gonna be very confused why we use terms like that. So that's why I'm kind of hesitant. But for the people that are here now and are aware of us for our wrestling exploits, it is true, right? It's like if you have a big match and a top guy loses in 5 minutes, that means for the rest of time the audience has to think maybe, just maybe, that's going to happen again. Like, that's training the audience. It's the same logic, even if in this case it's far more detailed and effort is actually put into it from a creative point of view.
Right. Okay. Let's we got plenty of great friends here in the chat. I guess we should address some of these wonderful people here. First, I'm gonna go back. Jumanji Hunter, Ghostface Mon Riceman is true foreshadowing. The unfortunate part about this is originally my plan was to actually have somebody throw this costume on. Jack Quaid couldn't make the call, so it couldn't have been him. But so I'll just preface that, because if this fucker moves, I would like to see comments in the chat, because there shouldn't be moving.
Yeah, but then imagine it. I mean, that would blow up. That'd be a viral clip.
Yeah. Death over virality. Imagine, that's kind of a theme that we have here.
I'm seeing the Reddit post, like, debut streamer killed on, and I'm just here.
at least you got control of the StreamYard here. You can end it. You don't just have to sit here for the rest of your life just wondering what happened watching.
Time it right. I'd allow that to be just enough to make the viral, because I can't help you, really. I mean, at this point you're doomed, right? So
Yeah.
I'll probably let it go for a little bit. I don't know if I'd play the outro though. I'd probably get rid of that.
You could play the nice jazzy music that
I
paid copyright for. You can definitely throw that on. Let me get my money's worth before I go.
I did love that. I must say that was a beautiful touch. I like that a lot.
Sweet. Much appreciated. I guess we should get back here to the sheriff's station, right? We see, like we said, that Sid decided maybe let's go hang out with Dewey and Tatum for the evening, when Dewey is reminded that there's a back door that they could go through to kind of avoid media attention. However, you can't avoid Gail Weathers. Gail knows there's a back door. She sneaks over there, and the first inkling here of Sid and Gail's unfortunate relationship, when Gail or Sid says, congratulations on the book release. I'm pretty sure Gail then goes, "Would you like a copy?" Sid, in fact, would not like a copy, and gives her an Iron Mike shot to the eye.
Awesome.
That's
Just
yeah,
awesome.
akin to the badass you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Very first example you see of Sid, besides her breakaway, having the instincts to lock the door. It's the first action you see, right? So you're confident that Sid could hold her own now.
She's just tough, dude. Like
Right.
she's just, and again, not in like a sort of showy way, but she wanted to punch her in the face, dude. Punch her in the face, like she's awesome. But their dynamic is actually a really interesting thing in all the movies, and I think the deeper they get, they kind of lose the. And again, I like the sequels, but I do think they lose some of the color to their like dynamic as they go
Absolutely.
deeper.
Yeah, that was the problem I eventually had.
Yeah. They kind of have to, I guess, in some ways, right? They're around each other so much. At some point, you kind of have to. I don't know. Yeah. What do you reckon?
Yeah, when you bring the same characters back, it becomes like later they become essentially just legacy characters rather than characters with a legacy, because they have that relationship like you point to, and it definitely gets eroded as it's just like, and I want to say even in Scream 3, the killer, avoiding any kayfabe issues here in Scream 3, makes a comment being like, your friends are going to die. And to call Gail a friend of Sydney just doesn't seem like the right word choice. I wouldn't necessarily classify them. But again, like I said, that's just kind of losing a little bit of the fabric that made the relationship so nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like when we're doing a wrestling. It's like when wrestlers that were always rivals on screen are like framed as friends. And it's like,
yeah, that's a little strange. Yeah,
you're pulling the curtain back. You can't do that. They fought each other for many years. They're not friends. What are you talking about?
Right. All right. So the next day, or actually, let's see. Indicate. Okay, yeah. Sid. At this point, we see her at Tatum's house, and she receives yet another phone call. Right. This phone call, however, definitely would lead you to drop suspicion of Billy Loomis, because the killer indicates, hey, you got the wrong guy. Obviously says it a little more menacing than that, but he doesn't say, hey, Sid, how are you? That's the wrong fella. He then, this is the first note here that the killer indicates that he or she is responsible for, I don't even know why I'm keeping kayfabe anymore. We've said who the killer is. So the killer says, essentially, I'm responsible for your mother's death. Again, not in those words, but this is obviously pretty dramatic for Sid to hear, because she had given eyewitness testimony that Cotton Weary was responsible. She saw him leaving after the murder. So I think this kind of creates an interesting dynamic. Again, like you say, with the Gail Sid relationship, I think Cotton's character, obviously he's not heavily involved in this first one, devolves into almost parody, which obviously is a Scream film. But it leads me to question why they would frame, which you may have better said, obviously he's not a real person, but why he would be framed as an individual that became fame hungry, because most people that I know that are accused of a murder and another horrific crime typically wouldn't be this way. But also, I didn't grow up in the 90s at all, so not sure.
I don't know. There's Cotton is an interesting. I don't know how interesting he is actually. I'm going to. He's, from a sort of critical point of view, interesting the way he's used in the movies, because in fear of getting ahead of ourselves, there is a scene in the second film where he, to me anyway, is legitimately a different character in the name of just like making you think he's
the killer.
Right. I mean, and maybe that's unfair, but I've always thought that way. And now, obviously, you said in this one he's more of a presence and a backdrop. He is an interesting part of the Gal and Sydney dynamic, as you mentioned, because the kind of morality of that does give you a different idea of Gal as a character, right? And then kind of, Sydney having to wrestle with, again, going a little bit here, but Sydney having to wrestle with like that being a real thing this guy actually did, like spend that time for that he didn't do, is complicated. And I think when you combine that with what we learn about Sydney's mother, I think Scream was willing to kind of play with those complications a little bit, where it wasn't black and white,
Yeah.
and there
Right.
was some kind of gray area there and some morality elements at play. So Cotton is honestly more interesting for what he does to other people. The actual character itself, I find to be kind of uneven, and it changes depending on what they need him to do for that scene, for the reason,
Exactly.
in order to do what he has to do with the characters. So. Yeah, so he goes on quite the ride for these 3 films too, huh? My goodness.
Oh yeah, especially the opening of the second
Yeah.
was already a stretch, but the opening of the third is like, good
Wow.
God,
Yeah,
what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Lord. So getting back to the first film, the next day, they decide to go to school per usual. However, school obviously is closed in lieu of a serial killer on the loose here. However, this does not prevent the fate of Mr. Hembry, not Professor, Principal Hembry. Here, played by Henry Winkler, which I've only seen in Barry prior to this. Tremendous fella.
Oh, he's great. Yeah, he's incredible. I think he's uncredited in this too. I think he's. I could be wrong. I should have looked this up. I apologize, but I think he's uncredited. He just shows up in this and gets killed. Just a godly fella. Tremendous stuff.
And his screen time also, like prior to getting just absolutely murked here, was like tremendous. Like the way he's like scolding the 2 boys, he kind of shows that, like, again, this is like character development. This is a character they plan on killing in like 3 minutes here, but they still give you enough here to actually have a little bit of like care about it, where he's scolding them for obviously taunting Sid, running around in Scream costumes like fucking idiots in the hallway. And then you get a little bit of a weirdness where he's playing with the mask after that. So you're like, where do I stand with this freak?
Yeah, and it's also where I think, especially for the folks that are watching this at the time, there is a power to him, to casting him, because I think people have a raw reaction to him of just like, oh, Henry Winkler's here, And so you also kind of use that and they use that to their advantage. But the school scene specifically where they taunt her with is so mean, dude. Like,
it's horrible. Like,
do we buy that? Because people are mean, so I guess maybe, I don't know.
I would say this could just be my personal lived experience in high school, but I don't recall people being that mean. But the younger generation, like with my brother's age group and tales of the age group above us, people might have been just that fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I definitely think like nowadays there's sort of there's a sense that everything's like a bit now. So
it would have definitely
ahead of its time.
The way it would have happened now would you to have 2 phones running behind the screen fella, and it would have been filmed on a TikTok live. It would have definitely been framed a little bit different. Which, speaking of,
I buy this. The more I've talked about it, I buy this as a thing that would happen. Yeah, these people are real mean, dude. I'm with you. Carry on.
Right. And I had a similar experience with something like this where I was like, is this something that's possible with one of the later films? And I will say, watching it back now, it's slightly more possible than it was during that point. So, I presume you're aware of what I'm speaking of, which we will get to. We find out that Principal Hembry, we later found this out, obviously not now, but it's not necessarily crucial besides clearing the house later, that he was strung up on the field goal post, which is quite unfortunate. At this point, the young high schoolers here are excited that school is closed, which unfortunately this does feel realistic no matter what happens. We've had events at our school where there was like a threat or something that something would happen, and the prevailing sense was, thank God we get to get fast food on the way home and we're out for the day. So definitely realistic.
Yeah, I believe that part completely. You don't need to squint on that one. That's definitely real. Yeah.
Right. So Stu here, he obviously played by the great and wonderful Matthew Lillard, decides to throw a house party here. Again, red flags if you're somebody like me. Tatum here, Sid's friend, and encourages Sydney, this is a good idea. Let's go to the party. It'll be good to get your mind off things.
I mean, does decision making get any worse than that, really? Does it get any worse? I always forget, and every time it pops me, dude, there is like 50 minutes of this film left when they start this party. Like, it's
Yeah,
and I don't even mean it as a negative, because it's like a lot of this is incredible, iconic stuff, but I just always forget how early they get to that point, and then they just, from there, obviously many things develop. But
right.
you're just over halfway through the film, I think, and the party's getting ready to go. It's nuts.
Right. Yeah, it definitely, on my notes here when I was recapping based on memory, like a lot of these bits here are just small bullet points. Yeah. And I get to like the final, I'm like, let me do all of the house party here in one section. Horrible idea. It looks like I wrote a scripture in the Bible here. It's so fucking long. Like, it is something special.
I think to that point, it took them, and I don't have the number, I'll try and find it in a second, but it took them like an unholy amount of time to film this fight, all the stuff at the party.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I buy it because they're there for, again, maybe half the film. Is crazy.
Yeah, get some use while you got the place there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like we say, the house party gets thrown here. Very soon into this party, Tatum decides to enter the garage to fetch some more beers. And this right here, this was upsetting to me. Now, Tatum goes down to the garage. She's starting to grab the beers. I believe she hears the door close. This alarms her. So she starts walking up. I believe the door is locked at this point, correct? When she gets up, if you recall.
Yeah.
We're in the weeds here. When we're just on the grand scheme. Yeah, so essentially she gets confronted by the killer. That's where we're getting at here. And I actually like her process here of being like, well, let me use the garage door. She tries to use it. Obviously, Ghostface is not just idiot man who kills here. So he goes, well, let me just click the button and not let you do that. Fun little thing here. You like your son? Go ahead.
No, this is just heinous. This is just nasty business, as you were saying, bro.
Right. A little bit of like, not even, I want to say it's foreshadow because before all of this, her cat spooks her and goes through the little doggy door, kitty door here. And I want to even say she like refers to the cat as Tatum. I'm not sure if I just misheard that, but I want to say she did. And the fact that obviously Tatum's going through the kitty door before Tatum attempts to do so was unfortunate. The killer decides to just click the button one more time because she is halfway through the kitty door here. And physics be damned here.
Yeah.
Tatum gets squished at the top of the garage, leading to my not least favorite because it's an incredible film, but the most I felt sadness in this film was watching Tatum get mutilated here. What about you?
Yeah, it's pretty rough. You also have like the double shot with Sydney's reaction to it too, which is a proper, out of the frying pan into the fire, Shark Keith Leak situation. So yeah, it's pretty rough. I just looked up, by the way, 21 days was dedicated to this filming.
Good Lord.
Party takes up 42 minutes of the film, which is like,
brother, that's you can see why.
Days, dude.
You could definitely see why there was a casting schedule issues in the later films because I don't think these actors and actresses were on board for another 21 days in Woodsboro.
And as they get deeper in the scene, like the physicality would have been exhausting too, right?
Absolutely,
they're kicking ass in especially the final 20 minutes, I guess, of the film. So yeah, this is a wild ride for sure.
Right. As we said, Tatum gets killed. Actually, at first I did note this, so I might as well say it because I typed it and spent time doing so. Tatum gets slashed on the arm as she's approaching Ghostface because she originally thinks it's Randy. Randy gets a lot of just flack here. Everybody obviously he is the guy. He's the horror guy. You would assume Randy, which he even talks about in the video store scene, which I did skip. We probably would need to address because, like you say, that's one of them ones where it's like, all right, Billy and Stu here, something's going on.
In hindsight, that scene is like, the horror expert really. But yeah, Randy is a beloved character, and I think if you love Scream, you almost certainly love Randy.
Right.
I think it's fair to see why people had some suspicions about him based on some of his behavior at times.
Right.
But obviously, as you get to he's a character. It's actually crazy how much people, you know, in fear of killing him off already. He's still got some time ahead of him, but people love some of these characters. You don't realize how little screen time some of these characters actually had until you watch it like this.
Right. Yeah.
You know, we're talking about Stu, dude. How many lines does Stu really have until he's revealed? Really? You know?
Exactly. That's what I was like when I was typing the little copy up here. Like I didn't get to Stu into that bullet point when I talked about him throwing his party. Like obviously I missed the scene, prior when they were at the DVD store. But like that's kind of insane for like one of your major killers. Kayfabe just completely out the window here.
And that's the case where I think he makes such an impression. He kind of undoes that potential problem, because I think in one of the films we're going to talk about today, the killer, I actually think is so underdeveloped by the time he's revealed as a killer. You kind of just go, in this case, Stu is so over the top and outrageous that you're completely aware of who he is and what you feel one way about him or another, right?
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, yeah. At this point, I believe this is when we cut to Dewey outside canvassing, runs into Gail outside the van. Gail asks Dewey if she can accompany him inside. Obviously, missed a little bit of the work here that Gail was putting in to get Dewey to this point to say yes, which again, that's a relationship that develops quite further. Dewey here just lovable. Like at this point, it's which his fate later in the franchise hits like a knife in the back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some people just don't accept it, dude. They don't accept it. They don't count it. They don't count it as canon. It ended here, the third one, and or maybe the fourth one. Everyone has different rules with that stuff. I don't know. I don't want to speak for anyone, but Dewey's great. Yeah, we're definitely, and I'm intrigued where you'd stand on that. But Dewey's great, and it's really interesting how much the Gal thing. I think you have to be very delicate with it, because if it leaned any further in the direction it kind of veers, I think you would kind of just be like, Jesus, Dewey, grow up,
Right.
They just about, and like Gal, there's enough layers to Gal that you kind of are on board with why he's acting the way he is. It is very well done, to be honest with you. Very well done. Very, very well done. Did Ghostface move?
No, unfortunately, my dog. Let me mute for a second. Let me cut this fan off for him.
There you go. I thought Ghostface had moved. I was very concerned. Folks, we hope you've enjoyed this so far. If you haven't already, please hit the like button for our guy Riceman here. First stream, we're rocking it. We're talking Scream. Big business.
Absolutely. That's why you get paid the big bucks right there. Yeah. And I mean big bucks. Y'all, I had to mortgage, not even my house, my parents' house, to get Joe on board tonight. So please definitely leave a like. The man costs money. Kayfabe. Just for the record, I was making, obvious joke there. Joe's a great guy. He didn't charge me, but $250 for the evening.
Yeah. Yeah. To be honest, after people see this LNG 50 thing on Friday, I think I'm going to owe you a lot of money, actually. I think people are going to be ready to go on that. Yeah.
Just let me out the broom closet that Tope has locked me in, and DJ Joe, and then we're square, brother. That's how that's gonna happen.
All right, works for me.
All right, going into the house, Dewey agrees to let Gail come with him. She obviously says she's gonna grab her coat, grabs a hidden camera, because what else would Gail Weathers do? And then we go into the house here, and this is when we get that phone call. Actually, we get the introduction. Sid gives Gail a nice little stare as they pass. The crew here, they're deciding on a movie. They eventually end up watching Halloween, which, like you say, plays majorly into the film here. And essentially, we see Randy and the crew here watching the movie. Stu, at this point, this is when Randy gives the speech about how to survive horror movies, which is iconic. I'm pretty sure everyone's seen it. I was going to clip it up for this, but I was scared of the Miramax police.
Yeah, good call. Good call.
So, we get that. Stu mockingly, disregards Randy, says, "I'll be back." And the only way Stu Mocker can do so Obviously, what does he have to fear? Because
Right. Exactly. Another one of those deals that ages nicely, right? And
correct.
while we're talking about the Halloween, and that's a scene that I always love when Randy's reacting to it and such. Couple other kind of obviously Loomis is a Halloween nod in itself.
Absolutely.
The one that I've only just realized because someone said it to me is that at the start he's the dad says go to the Mackenzies, which is the family that I'd completely missed that my whole life. I don't know why I'd missed that. I'd missed that. And I also the one that I should call out is the very first Sydney scene. She's listening to "Don't Fear the Reaper," which obviously is in the car when Laurie is in the first film of Halloween. So there's a lot here. This is the most overt, clearly, because they are, as I've said, literally watching the film,
Right.
and
It's
reacting
less
to
of
it in
a
all the ways.
cameo and more of a
Yeah,
plot
exactly.
point.
Right, exactly. And they're reacting to the film as every person reacts to Halloween, yelling at the screen and such. So this is awesome.
And let me go here. Yeah, what Joe says here. Obviously, there's two off the top of my head that I forgot to point out. When Mr. Hembry is closing down the school, we obviously have the janitor, Mr. Krueger. I'm pretty sure. I don't even know if they call him that, but obviously it is Freddy Krueger from hat to sweater. And then I believe it's Tatum who, when she is speaking on the porch to Sydney, essentially being like, maybe your mother wasn't the greatest person of all time. They then reference a Wes Carpenter film, which nice little combo there.
There you go. This is you learn so much on these programs. So that's why you got to come to this channel. You got the letter. I only just noticed the letterbox gimmicks are down there.
Oh yeah, I probably should have asked your clearance before I just dropped your letterbox.
No, please do. I love it. I was looking at it going, is it the same thing? And I realized the letterbox logo. It takes me a while, Riceman. I have to.
No, you're good, brother.
It takes me. I love it. I love
it. Yeah, speaking of the letterbox, let me just say, I have my Scream films ranked in order there, and upon rewatch, I thought they were ordered a certain way, and then upon rewatch, I 100% know that I should have ordered them a certain way, and I did not. Wow. So if you do go to my letterbox to check it out, just disregard that part.
Episode 1, and Riceman is already he's defending himself here about letterbox. Right. It's the worst, dude. Like, I'll tweet my letterbox out there because people ask, and I immediately get one of those replies. Only 3.5, 4. It's like, yeah, man, that's what it says. I haven't got I haven't got an essay to explain myself. I've just rated it 3.5. I apologize. I hope it didn't offend. But good call. Good defense there, Riceman. Good stuff.
Right. Appreciate it. Just trying to get out in front of it.
Yeah.
Let me scroll back to where we were. Okay. As we know, this is when Randy receives the phone call and alerts everyone that Mr. Hembry is dead, and the students here they got to see it for themselves. They are fired up by the idea that the principal is hanging from the goalpost. Let's go see it, which is nice. Like, at least they gave him a reason to separate Randy, which is believable again because we've seen how these kids act already. Yeah. So there's room for this to be a believable situation.
Yeah, I completely buy this. I'm afraid. I think this is especially because they're partying, so they're in like a kind of raucous mode and mood. I completely buy it, dude. Like, yeah, they're gonna go and see this thing for themselves. That's what it is.
And that same type of just fascination with the murders / what the fuck's going on will come up again in the second film. It's like there's constant themes that you will see, obviously, and I think it's pretty well done, which is why, again, it's the best horror franchise. At the party here, Billy's manipulation clearly, unfortunately, has set in. Sid decides to break one of the rules that Randy reiterates, that you should not have sex if you're in a horror film. And unfortunately, through, like I say, the manipulation of Billy Loomis, the psychopath here, she does give in. And they do the lovers dance. And immediately after, this is, I want to say Jumanji Hunter brought this up in the chat earlier, where he referenced that he originally thought Billy made the phone call from jail. There's a line of questioning here that leads it up to interpretation, kind of, because she goes, "Who did you call?" And he goes, my dad. She goes, well, no, you didn't, because I seen, I want to say Dewey or another officer in the sheriff's station calling you on the phone with your father. So it kind of leads you. I just always assume that Stu was the one who made the call because his boy's locked up. But like that line of questioning, it seemed like Sid had a light bulb moment where she then is like, well, something's suspicious here.
Yeah, and that what follows this conversation you're talking about is so effective for that exact reason, because it takes the original suspect, brings them under the light again, and then on first watch presumably removes them from the entire, and that's like it is. I do think we can watch these things enough and they can become part of the fabric enough that we actually do take for granted like how brilliant that really was when you really think about it, right? Like it's yeah, that's why it's such a satisfying payoff. But yeah, this is a very, very pivotal scene in a range of different ways, and it takes you in two directions, then clash head on.
Correct. Yeah.
Very interesting.
And like you allude to there, Ghostface appears behind Billy during this conversation, and Billy gets seemingly stabbed, and Sid has to escape through a window. In the weeds here, not sure if she went through this window, ran to another one, but I'm pretty sure she went out this window. She kind of has a struggle there with Ghostface, who kind of grabs her arm. She releases and falls pretty far onto, assumably, there's an air mattress on top of that boat there, but takes a tumble, and like you say, she unfortunately gets up and sees the body of Tatum here, which, like you say, that's the little double sting of that.
Yeah, that's a great moment. Great moment.
That could have been something easily they could have just not done, which I feel like a lot of filmmakers would do, is just leave that bit out, just disregard the fact that is where the crime happened.
And there's also an issue with like when people start dying, the characters involved stop responding to like their deaths. It happens a lot in movies. It would still absolutely be like shocking to her to see that, dude. That's one of her close friends dead. It's
right.
So yeah, I think that's one of those deals that you probably take for granted, but it actually adds a great deal of. It kind of captures the gravity of the situation and how so deeply bad, dark things have gone for Sydney for sure.
Right, and like you say, that's what the original can kind of capitalize on that again. Like, not only does the kills in the film become less impactful later on to the characters, also to the audience. You're going to be kind of used to the formula.
Yeah,
and I think like that's what makes this first film, even on rewatch, just stand out, like you say.
Yeah, and it's just hard. I mean, I like all of the Screams to some extent, but when you're at a point where you're 20 years removed, you're 15 years, whatever it may be, removed from the original, and it's like, here comes Sydney again. It's like it's impossible not to take it, to be a little bit silly about it, right? It's just you can't, and that's an advantage originals will always have. So yeah, it's hard to judge them, but I mean the original it's the best for a reason. I think it's fair to say.
Absolutely. Continuing back on, Sid comes to from this traumatic experience she just seen, runs to Gail's van out there where Kenny is asleep eating a bag of chips. Again, they even did little character work with Kenny to make you care about this. I believe later on, or like earlier in the film, he made a comment to Gail about like, oh, you're concerned about these, the murders that has happened. That's so brave of you. And she's like, well, actually. So I think, it gives you like a little bit, like even the smallest bit of depth is enough depth to actually care. And like you say, I think they've done a good job of that.
And you also just feel bad for him because of how mean Gal is. I mean, Jesus, she's so mean to him. It's the first thing she says to him, she calls him fat, and I'd be like, oh, Jesus, man.
Poor Kenny.
Yeah.
Kenny, he wakes up here to Sid's delight, opens the door, allows him in, and this is when Gail's hidden camera comes into play, and we're told that there's a 30-second delay. However, it's just a little too late. Kenny recognizes the front door is open and knows he's in trouble. Ghostface appears, slashes his throat, and this leads to a fun little escape for Sid, having to crawl through the back of the van.
Yeah.
And eventually leading to her having to dodge Gail's van, which crashes Gail. So a lot happened there.
Dude, the delayed thing is classic. It
It's
is
beautiful.
just classic. Yeah, because
Yeah,
it's one of them where the audience has the exact same experience as the character involved.
right. Yeah,
Because
they
it
nailed
all clicks in an instant. It's like, oh, Jesus, you know what that means? It's brilliant.
Right.
Brilliant stuff.
And this is this is where Halloween, because as you're watching this tape, we've already seen a little bit of it. So then when they're showing it to Sid and Kit and Kenny, you get that delay, and it's the behind you scene with Ricky just drunk off his ass, just look behind you as Ghostface stalks. Luckily, Sid screamed to get the van open, alerting, so Randy survives this film.
Yeah, and I think to your earlier point, the infamous chat that you made all those years ago, that is a pretty cute way to do the meta stuff, right? Where it's what everyone yells at those movies, but it's being used in this actual movie rather than it just being sort of like, here is 4 minutes for us to comment on the trend of horror pictures. You know what I'm saying? It's like it works both. It works if you've experienced watching Halloween. I mean, famously, Jamie even said, like, when she rewatched Halloween, she was like, stop dropping the knife, like there's things everyone says for those films. And I think the first one, they do a better job of, even though I always pop for them because of course I do, I'm that loser, they do a better job of working it into the actual film itself. So it's like, it works on both levels. If the idea of that doesn't entertain you, then there's just the reality of actually look behind you, right? It works in both ways.
Right. Absolutely. So yeah, like we say, Gail ends up unfortunately wrecking the into a tree. This effectively takes Gail out for a little bit. Sid then is for Dewey, the brave and heroic deputy, who unfortunately greets her at the door, stumbling. I want to say even says hi, Sid, while he collapses over with a knife in his back, which again, this is the first of many for Dewey. Spoiler alert. You think the fella dies multiple times in every film, and this is the first time where your heart stops a little bit. You're like, down goes the WCW World Heavyweight Champion. We're in trouble.
You are right, and that is another great thing about watching these like back to back is just the amount of Dewey deaths before that he just survives for. I mean, to be fair, he does wear a couple of them physically. To be fair, but yes, this man, the way this all's layered, right? Like that prior patience we talked about really pays off because now they just start like now this is where you're in the high spots. This is Lorna, Tope, 450. There's so much that happens here. I get why, from a notes point of view, it's like it looks hilarious. I'm sure it looks outrageous.
I'm having to like highlight where I just was because how deep I am into the paragraph. Like we say there, where Dewey has the knife in his back. Sid makes a break to Dewey's car at this point, which she's like, well, he's out. He's not going to need it anymore. Ghostface emerges in the doorway, tries to get at Sydney here. This is a very fun scene that, as a child, I didn't understand, which is kind of funny how idiotic I was in this point. But Ghostface dangles the keys outside the door. And I'm like, okay, so she can't go anywhere, but she should just stay in the car. And when the car door unlocks, my childlike brain was like, why is the door unlocking? Is this some type of automatic feature? Ghostface had the keys. Clearly, he was hitting it. Which Sid then realizes this is a bad predicament to be in, makes a break back to the house. As she's running up, Randy and Stu approach on the porch. She grabs Dewey's gun here, aims it at the both of them, and makes, honestly, the best decision here, and just says, fuck you both, locks the door, and
dude, classic Sydney moment, right? That's a classic Sydney moment. That's so awesome. So awesome. And again, she did the right decision, to be honest with you. Great.
Right. Safely inside now, or as she believes, we then see Billy emerge at the top of the stairs, stumbling down. He asks for the gun because Sydney still has Dewey's gun, which is the right move. Obviously, don't drop the gun. But she obliges because she cares about him. She's surprised that he's alive. They just did the lover's dance as we spoke. She kind of feels a connection, and unfortunately, this bites her in the ass because Billy unlocks the door. Randy gets let inside. Funny enough, no Stu at this point. He's gone. Randy screams Stu's gone mad, leading to Billy's recital of the already infamous line, "We all go a little mad sometimes," and then shoots Randy. So a lot unfolded there.
That, of course, was a quote, folks, for those who don't know, from a Firefly Funhouse segment
Fuck yourself.
in 2020. For those of you, I don't know if people, because not everyone's in tune with the SmackDown stuff, so I just wanted to get that. Right. But yeah, this is, look, no one's perfect. Mistakes were made there, Sid. I mean, his acting wasn't that good coming down those stairs, But, love is blind.
He took the tumble as safe as Darby takes the stair bumps, where it's like, it's cool that you're doing it, but we see how safely it's being done.
So yeah, mistakes were made, and that obviously, as you said, sets the stage for all that follows, certainly.
Right, and this is the big moment because Sid seeing Randy get shot by Billy is immediately like, well, fuck this. Obviously, Billy's involved. She's probably in her head racing immediately who is the second person. Unfortunately, she finds out rather quickly. She tries to take off running, runs into Stu, who already has the voice changer out, and right there gives the game away that it is Stu and Billy under the mask.
Indeed. And, in a lesser film, that would be all she wrote, right? You go to the finish where, of course, what we know is that this is actually when the film begins, because this sparks, I mean, some of the most unhinged, like this sets the tone. And everyone who's been Ghostface since tries to do this, and some do a really good job. But dude, they are. I mean, this is an incredible piece of business here. What happens from this point forward is incredible.
Yeah, like you said, this is the peak right here. If you haven't seen Scream, first off, I don't know why the fuck you have made it an hour deep into this, but make sure to get to this point, because right here is when everyone puts their acting chops on. They are fucking going for it. And like I said, Billy gives his motive here, or attempts to give a motive, even though, they kind of made joke that like motive is, not really that important to them. But it does seem so for Billy here. Stu just kind of hanging around. Billy said the reason why he's doing so is because his father slept with Maureen Prescott, leading to his parents, splitting, and Billy victimizes himself in the situation, which that is a traumatic thing to probably experience, but says that that's why, it creates psychopaths, and that's why he is the way he is. At this point, Stu decides, wait, there's more, in his iconic delivery, again, not how I said it. Reveals Neil Campbell here, the father, ducked up very similar to how they had poor Steve. Does the voice changer gimmick, says that we cloned his phone, which is why earlier in the film Dewey was already suspect of Neil, like when they find his car later or earlier on in this point. Says the plan, we're gonna frame him because it is the 1-year anniversary of the murder of Maureen. So at this point, they decide, this scene, I believe, that you're talking about here, where they are hamming it up, where they decide, well, we're going to be victims too. Let's see how this goes. Stu and Billy then begin stabbing each other. Billy, obviously, a little just angry at the situation, or just enjoying it a little too much. Cuts poor Stu a little deep.
Little, yeah. And I mean, this is where tonally, I think almost inadvertently this scene set the stage for like a tonal range that I think the sequels would somewhat struggle with, maybe sometimes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because they go, like, to your point, I mean, they act with capital A here, right? They're just going, they're swinging for the fences and being super over the top. And especially in Stu's case. And they also have like the speeches about the movies, being a culprit, which is interesting. Is saying that would obviously be a theme, and we mentioned all the kind of commentary that's scattered throughout these films. But yeah, they go absolutely nuts here. It is an incredible piece of business. It is iconic, like truly iconic.
Absolutely.
And as many impersonators since. But yeah, this is very, very probably honestly in some ways the most memorable thing in the whole film is this bro here, I think. So
yeah. I got a lot of these lines just locked in the chamber in the back of my head, just mainly based on Stu's. It's not even necessarily the writing for Stu, it's just the way that it's delivered.
Yes.
It's just incredible. Like I say, acting with a capital A.
Yes, absolutely.
So at this point, as they are doing this, they are about to, take Sid out. Gail arrives at the very last moment to do so and tries to fire. At this point, I believe Billy even says, I know something you don't know about the gun. It's in safety. Poor Gail does not realize, tries to fire. And this leads to her getting karate kicked to the ground, effectively taken out. She's crawling back. Billy goes to finish the job. Stu, as the idiotic sidekick, decides to leave his duty and woozily follow along. And during this whole commotion, he turns around to notice that Sid is gone.
Yes.
I believe at some point the gun was gone previously, which is also kind of big. Like when they're going through their speech, Stu walks over to the table and he's like, "Oh shit, Billy, the gun's gone," which I did forget to mention. So yeah, very, very good stuff here.
It is, and it also, one of the things that's fun about Ghostface is it could be anyone, and this scene does a lot of things, but it also does reiterate this is not like I spoke about Halloween earlier. Once you go past one film with Michael Myers, he kind of has to be like in some way supernatural or at least freak-like in terms of his strength.
Yeah.
Ghostface could be anyone, and what you see here with Stu is just because he has put the mask on and been Ghostface does not mean he is a master criminal. That is, kind of central to all of this from this point forward.
Right. And since he is not, a mastermind here, the tables unfortunately turn on them, and a lot of it is due to Stu here. The phone rings as they are meticulously looking around for poor Sid here, and like Sid right here does the full voice changer gimmick. Says, "What's your favorite scare?" Just full on going Ghostface mode. This obviously pisses Billy off tremendously. Hands the phone over. This is my favorite line delivery from Matthew Lillard here. He picks up the phone and just gives like a measly hello. Just totally just out of it. Just tremendous bit.
Every line in that, like he's like a real conversation. It's spectacular stuff.
Absolutely. Billy at this point is going off to look for Sid, who attacks Billy coming out of, I want to say it's the basement door, with an umbrella and full Ghostface garb. This effectively, she kind of like stabs him, but it's an umbrella with clearly, he just got stabbed with a knife multiple times. I think he's going to be all right here, which he will be. Stu recognizes the commotion, tries to get after Sid here. And now this leads to an unfortunate event where Stu passes from a TV being smashed on his head. For many reasons, I believe the cameo of Stu later, just as a background guest, has led to the commotion behind why people think he's returning. But this death felt pretty final every time I've watched it. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I think people just love the character and like try and talk themselves into him coming back. I've always took him being dead. I mean, I think we're headed to a sort of flashback situation, which
with the new one, right?
Yeah, because I mean, to be completely real, if he was going to be brought back as a killer, I can't believe they leaked that. They kind of surely not, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so I think it's going to be a flashback, and I don't know. Again, we'll circle back to the new one, but I think there's a lot of strange elements at play. But I think people just love the character and always wanted him to live for that reason, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Like, I think I even got swept up in the original, like, and for 6, the idea of it, I was like, I'd be interested to see what they would come up with. But yeah, it's
for sure.
Definitely a bit too much of a stretch for, especially at this point in the franchise when they were still kind of in a realistic form to some extent. But But yeah, this is the end for Stu, like we alluded to, and then Sid then goes over. I want to say at this point Billy has reemerged and he's on top of Randy at this point, trying to take him out. Billy sees that Sid is up and moving, decides to change focus and goes to stab. And this, obviously, the tension has built because you felt so much for Sid at this point. You're like, she was just kicking ass. Is this going to be it? And Gail Weathers reemerges, and this time the safety is off. So,
yes,
right.
Yeah, there's like 8 different parts of this where it feels like the end is nigh, and it's just boom, boom, false finishes.
Yeah, Will Ospreay match going on here at the end.
Yeah, man, it's spectacular. It really is. It's so exciting, and
yeah,
I think again, and it feels like I'm going to bury the sequence, and I'm not, but it's a hard act to follow. Yeah, very, very tough act to follow.
Because once the formula, like when you ace the formula in the first go around, it's almost impossible to live up to. Which I think I will say the second one they give it the old college try, no pun intended.
Yes, yeah, and there's a lot of positives once we get to second and third for sure.
Right. Yeah. Obviously, at this point, this is the first version of the killer reemerging for the one last jump scare that Randy immediately is already on top of. He's like, "I said, be on the lookout for this." Billy does pop up, and Sid delivers a bullet between the eye. I want to say Sid does. It could be Gail at this point. Again, in the weeds.
Sid,
right? It would make sense for Sid. It would feel cathartic if Sid was the one to do it.
Damn, these are things that, like, in my head I can see, and then you ask me, and I'm going,
right. The same thing. Yeah. During the final minutes, I only bring this part up because it does kind of show a little development with Gail moving forward, but not too much because she does still continue writing books. But she finishes up this very traumatic situation. The film is about to end. It cuts to Gail in wide shot, and seemingly she's learned nothing. She ready to report the story as it just happened immediately after.
This is her game, brother. I mean, she just is what it is. I think there's obviously room ahead. There's room to grow ahead of them in terms of that arc. But yes, that is an interesting kind of fault. Yeah, I agree. Just immediately, like, this is going to be a hell of a story. But
yeah, they're going to love this.
Yeah.
I wish I also did miss that Dewey did survive his wounds here, as I alluded to earlier. For the first time, he gets carted out, which we will revisit almost this exact same scenario in the second film.
He's not. Dewey doesn't have a great. I mean, he's not the most like efficient, in terms of what he achieved. He's ratio of success, but he does live through this trilogy. So,
right,
and that's got to count for something, right? Yeah,
right. And as we get to, which we're about to indulge in our first version of this, some Letterboxd people kind of had the same idea with you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I let Joey know before the show. Got a little bit planned here. And let's just introduce it.
Action. Wow.
All right, brother. We're on the other side now.
Wonderful.
It's now time for, as it said, Letterboxd reviews. I have scoured the unfortunate sewers of Letterboxd to bring to you some 1-star reviews and some 5-star reviews. And your role here is to tell me if you believe that what I'm reading to you is a 1-star review or a 5-star review. And I must note immediately, I have already broken the rules of the game.
Respect.
And one of these is a 0.5-star review.
Fair. But we should also, for anyone who's not on Letterboxd,
right?
And I don't know what this review is going to be. There is a very good chance they're going to have no insight as to whether they like the film or not. This is very important.
Oh, yes, brother.
Yeah, that's very important because Letterboxd reviews are a very unique beast. This will not be like good film. I'll be able to guess those. This will be, you'll find out. Riceman, take it away.
Yeah. I will say there are a couple layups in here.
Okay, good.
But
I need layups. Good.
But we will see. We will start. The first review is I want to beat Randy to death with a rolling pin.
That'd be a 5.
That is correct.
Yeah.
The sound was not loud enough because I had it very low, but
There you go. That feels much more triumphant. I thought I heard it. I was hearing things. Okay, good. There we go.
That was just in your head.
Yeah, I was confident. All right.
All right. Now this one might take a little thinking here. Worse than Dune Part 2, which I believe is a perfect film.
All right. All right. If someone hated a film, then they may also hate Dune too.
Right.
Shit.
Would you like a hint? The profile picture for this fella was the individual in Dune that that is immediately obsessed with Timothée Chalamet and believes he's the Messiah.
I think this is a 5, and the bit is it's 5, but it's no Dune 2, is what I think.
Fair play, but however, that was the mysterious half-star review.
Now, did you investigate further? Is this could be an account that just maybe that's their whole bit? Maybe.
So I did find this account in the wild on 2 different reviews, and that is how they review movies.
Yeah.
The star rating will change, so I will not use it for any future examples, but yeah, that's definitely their bit.
There is a wrestling reviewer who reviews a match at great length, and then the final line says better than Shawn and Taker WrestleMania 25. And the thing that makes this funny is the reviewer thinks that match sucks. So it'll be like, Vladimir Kozlov versus Triple H. And yes, better than that, much better structure. So I respect it. I mean, I respect anything for a bit. I'm for it. All right, fair enough. 1 down. Right. Got 1 wrong there.
All right. Yeah, 1 for 2. I mean, that's still good odds here. The next review, not really a review here, just more of a question. Were they lovers?
My answer is yes. And secondly, that's a 5, dude. It's gotta be a 5. If you're into their dynamic that much, it has to be a 5.
Right.
Oh, Jesus.
I think the confusion was too much for this viewer. They were like, this movie sucks. They didn't make it clear if they were together or not.
Well, I'm stunned because usually when that direction is taken, it is a deep fandom at the root of it. Usually, so
right.
All right.
Again, following up the next review: are they gay for each other or just plotting murders together?
I'm not going to be wrong twice on this. That's 5. I don't care. I'm doing 5. There we go.
Yeah, the review, the type of reviews that are like that. I could have filled multiple pages of just trying to figure out their dynamic, which Randy points out in the second movie about Billy, which we will address moving forward. The next review: think American Pie as a horror movie. Okay.
Can you go again with that, please? Because that sounded very offensive. Can you go again?
Yeah, this is quite loaded. The quote is, think American Pie as a horror movie.
That really is unfortunate. I mean, I'm gonna guess that's meant as like a pejorative, and it's 1 star. Wow.
Unfortunately, you are correct.
What is like what? What?
I want to say, and there's not even any like crass nudity, any like the sexual innuendos are so like not present that it's. I'm gonna be honest. As I was doing this, I do believe there are a lot of children on Letterboxd. Yes. And this next review I'm gonna give you kind of
great,
kind of leads into that thought. Strap in right here. This is a bit of a long one. The greatest horror movie of all time. I loved the jokes it made about the horror genre during its time, and I loved how it was actually well written. The only problem I had with it was the villains didn't win. I would have loved this movie if they let Matthew Lillard's character win. He portrayed a crazed sociopath perfectly. This is my favorite horror movie, and nothing that comes out today will beat it.
Well, I'm confident it's 5. I think.
Yeah. It'd be a
Interesting
fair
review. An interesting
is.
review. So I agree with some of it. Got a little bit carried away there at times, but
Yeah.
I mean, one of the better reviews we've read, to be fair. So
Right, it's
that's a 5.
actually
It's got to
kind
be
of
a
a
5.
review.
Yeah,
It's
have
kind
to
of
be
a
a 5.
review. Unfortunately, all that homework was done to let you know that they did not like
No,
that movie. That is a 1-star review.
no. Wait. So the line or two about wanting the villains to win was
That was
the
great.
explanation.
That was it for them. If the villains didn't win, this was not a good movie to them.
Couldn't they have just gone to like a 3 or something? It's their favorite horror movie ever.
You would think.
Oh,
That's why, like, I
jeez.
believe as we like delve in further, a lot of letterbox accounts end up just doing bits for bits' sake. They're not rating on a genuine scale, which kind of makes us a little tough as a game. But like, quite. That's why I say it's a child, because they were like, the bad guy didn't win. I don't
Yeah.
like it. But
If it was like 4 stars, the exact review, I'd be like, it's kind of weird, but
yeah,
it works, you know. Strange.
yeah, you would think there was something wrong with the fella, but you would appreciate the review. The final review for Scream 1 here.
Okay.
Me using this as background noise to catch up on schoolwork. Rest in peace, Tatum. You would have loved the 21st century.
There's no way you can give this film 1 star and be like anti-Tate. Like you have to be able to have a Tatum take it all. You have to like the film. I refuse. This is 5. I refuse. 5 stars.
And you finish up with a
Oh my god.
correct answer. I thought the background noise would throw you off because I throw Graps on in the background.
Yeah,
let's throw on classics.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice. It's sometimes nice to have some stuff on the background. But I thought Tatum was the clear. Thankfully, I closed on a victory there. That was all right.
Kind of got the gist of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's true, but something like that. Yeah, I mean, I try. I tried my best.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think you nailed it for even when I was like putting the list together here, taking them from my phone to this, I was like in awe of some of the screenshots I had. Some of them didn't make the cut here for obvious reasons, but I was like, this is quite bizarre activity. So I struggled with it and I knew the answers.
I must admit, I'm not feeling a great deal of shame for getting some of those wrong. I think I had every right to get them wrong, so that's fair enough.
Right. We have hit the hour 30 mark, damn near. Apologies, everyone, for keeping you so late. We will probably speed through. Obviously, Scream 1, a little more passion toward that film.
Right.
Now, a lot of these have, like, 2 and 3 have a little more intricacies that you could go into further. We probably won't do so. But yeah, just noting that we will do letterbox reviews for Scream 2 and Scream 3 as well, which do continue to be fun. We'll look at a few comments here. Novi, the no buzzer should be even louder to emphasize this failure at the game. Fun bit about this. I just ran out of time when I came up with the idea because I thought of it today. The J Show LNG game she did where Matt consistently does the buzzer noise. I was gonna just clip that for the audio file, and moving forward I probably will because I have like multiple videos of that saved on my phone.
Fair. And you know what's crazy? No memory what you're referencing. Amazing, isn't it crazy? Someone said this, and if they're watching this, shout to them because I meant to tweet about it. But someone on my timeline was like, whenever I see a superplex, I think of the Joe Hulbert rant. And I read that tweet and was like, no idea what this bro was referencing. No clue. No idea what I said about the superplex, what I was ranting about. No idea. And this is not me doing a look at how far I've come. This is me saying the amount of shows I've done. In a week, Rice fans going to hit me up and go, do you want to do a sequel to that Scream film? I go, what Scream thing are you talking about here? Can we do a podcast? It's just, I do too many shows. It's very, very bad for my memory. So I do not remember this, but I remember the game shows, so I'm sure I could. Yeah. I'll have to revisit the tape, probably, study it. Study the game tape.
Yeah. Fair enough. When you make time in between your 7,000 shows on the road,
it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's almost too much, almost. But I'm glad this is a lot more fun, to be fair. So proceed.
Right. Fair enough. I guess you don't have to review shitty matches that you may or may not have sat through. Fair enough. So yeah, let's dive into Scream 2, another iconic opening. I want to say it's Omar Epps and Jada Pinkett Smith here. They're out to see Stab at the premiere. Stab, of course, the in canon or the canonization of the Woodsboro murders that Gail wrote the book on. Now portraying on Scream. I want to say even it was in the first movie, I missed it, that Sid made a joke that this isn't a scary movie because if it was, Tori Spelling would likely be playing her. We will later see that play out in this film. Want to say, Jada Pinkett Smith was not very fired up. I believe, was it? No, it's not Sandra Bullock. Good Lord. She wanted to go somewhere else at the beginning.
Yes, yeah.
And
this is, look, man, you're going to top the first one. This is a classic opening, isn't it? My goodness.
Yeah, this is peak right here. And I believe the Scary Movie franchise, when they did it, they took just immediately ripped this and said this is how we'll open ours. But yeah, like you said, this is a classic. Phil fired up, Phil Stevens to be exact, and Jada Pinkett's character is Maureen, which will come into play later. Jada not fired up, or Maureen not fired up to see this movie. She decides a little too spooky for me. Let me go to the concession stand, get some popcorn. Phil takes this as an opportunity to hide in the closet by the theater door, pop out, scare her with a ghost face mask, which should note they were handing out to everyone at the premiere, which helped create this ruckus environment inside the film, which is kind of from all the stuff I've read in the past few days about Wes Craven's opinion on do films lead to violence in real life, etc. This was kind of like a portrayal of no, not necessarily, because as we will see, Jada's unfortunate passing at the end kind of creates a standstill in the chaos. But before we get there, Phil goes to the bathroom. Here's like the most childish form I think Ghostface takes. He's doing little voices in the stall next door. And Phil decides to try to eavesdrop as close as he can. Unfortunately, Ghostface has a very strong knife that can cut through the stall here, which it does. Straight into this is a very you didn't have to show the gruesomeness of it.
Yeah.
Because all you see is Omar Epps' reaction and the little blood pill that they bite here. But you could feel it. You could feel the impact of what happened here.
Yeah, and this is also this whole deal, all of it. This opening has got such a great atmosphere and feel, right? It's just, it really is, in many ways, and again, I think there's a lot of positives in this film, but it's the most striking scene in the whole film. I think I really do.
Yeah, absolutely.
The feel with it, and it could, because it's different too, rather than feeling like this kind of feels like a retread. And
yeah,
there are some scenes that aren't that, but yeah, this is a great piece of business, definitely.
Right. And so Ghostface here, obviously Phil was taken out. There was also before he got to the stall, he walks into the restroom, and at the two urinals is two Ghostface. And in my head, it's obviously two because Billy and Stu. It might not be that. They do a lot of stuff where there's multiple in the same time, and it don't necessarily have to be. But I just thought that was a little cute thing to play with, to not take yourself so serious. I don't think you'd ever see Michael Myers pissing in a urinal for a Halloween film. So.
Yeah, and they have a lot of fun with the movie element in general. When we see the scenes of the film, and I mean, stuff is a really cool, quirky element to the Scream franchise, which I do like a lot, definitely.
Yeah. Maureen has returned to the theater alone. They are watching a retread of Casey's opening scene in the first movie, and it almost plays out in parallel with what happens here to poor Maureen. She gets a little spooked, tries to cover up on a returned Ghostface who has now donned Phil's jacket. Just did the full gimmick here, just kept the mask. And when she curls up next to him, she finds blood on her hands and recognizes something is wrong. Unfortunately, it's a little too late. Ghostface then throws a couple knives into her, and amidst the chaos of all the popcorn being thrown, the glow in the dark knives, she's having this very dramatic and unfortunate death scene play out, and no one's batting an eye.
Mm-hmm. Which is, I would argue, in just sheer concept and idea, is like makes it one of the spookiest kills, because
Yeah.
if you go to, I say go to a packed cinema, good luck. If you find a film people want to see, you go and attend that film.
Yeah.
Just for a moment when the trailers are playing and the lights are down, just the last few trailers, the lights are down. That's a horrifying scenario to envisage, dude. Like,
absolutely.
Yeah. And especially with the mask, even without, the masks and the chaos. But I always thought that was one of the more kind of jarring faults of, because when you watch a horror film, you do that thing of what would I do? Imagine being in that.
That will come up later in this movie.
Yeah, that, and obviously it's, very dramatic. I mean, I've never seen a theater quite like that, but the general idea of it, I think, is awesome and is very, 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 very compelling. Definitely.
Right. I will bring this back to modern, but I probably should finish the scene here. Maureen has her dramatic death. She crawls up to the front of the stage in front of everyone and does the classic death scene that you see that are like over the top. Excuse me. And then she collapses, and we see the ruckusness, like I alluded to, just die down immediately. People start removing their masks, and they're like, oh, shit, this is not a publicity stunt. Someone just died. Akin, what I was referencing when I was bringing it back to modern was, like you say, this is a terrifying scenario. And less so like even specific to a cinema, but like that's kind of like the mentality now is like if something traumatic is happening, phones are out rather than helping hands. So this is one of those things that kind of you could see like still having an impact when you rewatch it, because it hit me the same way.
Yeah, there are a few elements in these films that have aged really well. I mean, I think we're not talking about it today, maybe some other time, but the fourth Scream, I actually think, has ideas that have really aged well.
Absolutely.
In the same vein. So, yeah, there are some interesting things you kind of maybe look at differently. Because it would be, I mean, let's be completely real, dude. If this happened tomorrow, God forbid, why would people be at Stab? I don't know. But yeah, if this happened tomorrow,
right.
This would there would absolutely be a video of this on our social media feed. Like it would. Yeah. Yes, it would. So absolutely. Very strange. Yeah.
So yeah, then we fade to the title card for the first time in this movie. Basically played out the exact same, but in sequel fashion. Now there was 2 people who died in the opening scene. Well, actually, I stand corrected because Steve also died in the first scene.
But it is a different. It's
more impactful because you kind of met Omar Epps' character.
Yeah, and the boyfriend is more sort of a vehicle, right? In the, you know what I'm saying? It's like a double kill more. Right? I get what you meant. Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. Right. All right. So now, the film transitions back to our final girl for the first time in this movie, Sydney Prescott, now attending what I believe was called Windsor College. She receives a prank call of what appears to be the killer. She knows how to handle this, clearly indicating this isn't her first rodeo with this type of business. She has caller ID set up, which again seems like a weird thing because I've always had caller ID. So it's kind of weird seeing a device that was made specifically for that.
Yeah. But again, a human element, right? Like immediately we see how this film's release is impacting the character. And this is another thing. We're going to be going 5 hours here, but it's worth talking about. I think this is also way ahead of its time in the sense that I now see all of these true crime documentaries, and all I can ever think is, what about the people involved? I actually find it hard to watch those things for that reason.
Yeah.
Here you get like immediately the first thing Sid's doing is dealing with the repercussions of them making a film about what happened to her. It really is interesting stuff, I think.
Right, yeah. And like you say, she's like really struggling with it because not only now does she have the trauma of still trying to deal with her mother's passing at such a young age, she now has to deal with her own traumatic experience of somebody she thought she loved and was connected to, and losing her friends at the same time. And like I said, the killer being someone that she felt so attached to is definitely like something that should weigh on a character. And luckily, Craven and Kevin Williamson, and especially Neve Campbell, really take that into account, or Nev Campbell, as we discussed earlier. With this, this is the first time we meet Hallie, her dorm mate. Hallie's kind of keeping Sid on track, saying you're running late. Sid overhears on the TV set about the murder that happened at the cinema, and she's immediately red flags her up. She said something smells fishy here, and she thinks who better to speak to than Randy. And we cut to Randy in class. I'm not even sure that this was a film class, like it was framed. I'm not sure what type it could have been, but they began discussing sequels as inferior films, which I did see a lot of people in the letterbox community saying it's kind of ironic to point at it being a lesser film when this is not a good film, which I pretty much disagree with because, like you say, like we've already addressed, this is a tough film to follow up, and I think they put in a good effort.
But I think, and I also think that irony is like totally worn pride, you know. I think it's like it's basically them saying to you, look guys, we get this gonna be really tough, like just stick with us, it's gonna be a fun ride. That's the way I've always taken it. And we discussed throughout this, those elements increase right as we go along here for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, Randy is not necessarily on board or in denial about the fact. Off rip, he just says there's not necessarily a chance that they're related. And Sid is like, well, Randy, the movie about our lives and two people who went to this college were just killed. I think it's kind of suspicious. But Randy not necessarily buying it just yet. This is our first glimpse of Dewey in this film, standing off to a tree looking very awkward. Just all the cutaways to Dewey. This is when I think the first one was less. I mean, he was a goofball, but they ramp it up big time, like
for sure. Yeah, we also should know, talking about Dewey, the score. Dewey's song is like incredible, dude.
Right, it's a nice little detail for him.
Yes, for sure.
So at the same time, we've seen Dewey and Sid speak. He ensures he's got her back. She's like, "Why are you here?" He's like, "To protect you, Sid," because he has an inkling that they're probably connected as well. Gale Weathers shows up, and before we get there, young Blink also going along with you here, speaking on the score and how amazing it is. Gale arrives, and I believe it's prior to her ambush of Sid. We meet an obsessive local reporter. I believe it's Deborah Salt is the name she gives. And Gale kind of dismisses this young lady as just as she's trying to handle business. And she then makes the decision to blindside Sid with Cotton Weary in a confrontation, and this really was a highlight.
Insane behavior.
And even Cotton, as Sid reacts to this, obviously frustrated, just what the fuck is going on here. She gives a nice backhand to Gale, making it the second strike that she's giving Gale, and Cotton is just confused at the situation. Like, you didn't tell her, which I do believe is genuine, although his character does get shaky. He does seem kind of upset with how stuff was handled here.
I think he's genuine here. Again, we'll get to the scene we were talking about earlier, but this is Gale is a complicated character, dude. She's very, very flawed. Very, very flawed.
And this was a good continuation, because like I said, they could have went the direction of she's immediately already changed and she's feeling like a better person after the second one or after the first movie, but the way it ended kind of led you to believe, no, she's still Gale Weathers, and this is how Gale Weathers is going to behave, at least for now.
Absolutely. Yes, at least for
now. Dewey, rightfully frustrated by this whole matter, tells Gale to leave Sid alone, and then echoes his own issues with how he was portrayed in the book, which, fair. She didn't necessarily treat him very kindly.
No, the quote is very mean. Very, very mean stuff, really. But
yeah, absolutely appalling. Right. So then just fast forwarding a little bit here, we learn about some sorority business. Just obviously Sid's not interested, but she will oblige because her friend invited her, which we have learned is probably not a good call after the first movie. Maybe don't go to the parties. But here's where we Casey, also known as Cece, and she's alone, and she receives the infamous phone call, rather, very similar to how the first one plays out. The call goes back and forth. She takes it not very serious at first. Unfortunately, Ghostface gives her a reason to take it serious. He appears. She runs upstairs, and here's where we get some of that scary movie comedy where she's grabbing items up the stairs. I believe pots, a bicycle is used at one point. And she runs up, and you cannot, Jumanji Hunter says you can't think of the scary movie scene. I'm not sure if that's a bit or if you're actually genuine. They in the first film, there's like a scene where I believe it's it's Cindy, right? In the scary movie franchise.
I wonder if Jumanji Hunter means I cannot not think. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay. Yeah, I misread.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
fair enough,
No,
Jumanji. Right.
Yeah.
Fair play.
Because that's the problem with these films struggle with that, right? Was like
right.
people would watch them and be like, all I can think of is now scary movie. Yeah, Jumanji Hunters did. That's what it was. Yes.
Right, and a lot of people did echo that sentiment that Jumanji Hunter is saying there, where like if you watched it prior to watching these movies, there's no way you could take it serious.
Yeah.
Let's see, where donde esta was I at? Casey Casey runs upstairs, or Cece runs upstairs, and she gets launched through the glass doors onto the balcony, stabbed in the.
No, either I froze or Riceman's froze. Those of you in the chat, have I froze or is Riceman froze? He may be here. He's back. I don't know. Or I may be gone. I don't know. One of us is gone. Seems like it's Riceman.
We both disappeared for a bit.
He's returning. I think. Try and get the chat to give me insight here. I think I was here and you were gone, or we may have both been gone. Riceman was gone. Okay, what was you saying, brother? You said stabbed in the back? Oh no, he's gone again. Folks, we're in trouble here. Our driver has fallen asleep at the wheel. He may be coming back. I said this a moment ago, though. But nonetheless, as he was saying, poor Cece, wife to the great Prince Ch. You back, Riceman?
I believe so. We hit some turbulent waters.
It's fine. Wonderful. But as you were saying, brother, carry on.
Right, I was following in Manny the Hooper's great footsteps. Gotta have the internet go out a couple times.
Happens sometimes, dude.
But luckily,
it is what it is.
I do know where my router is. So if the situation arises where I need to address the situation, I can reset that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Casey gets stabbed in the back multiple times and launched off the balcony, which is particularly brutal and kind of not necessarily a direct parallel, but almost what happens to Sid, probably what the Riceman character, I am cooked rice, Andrew, probably what Ghostface intended for the for Sid in the original when she fell off and luckily survived her fall.
Yes, absolutely. That's a pretty grand opening, grand closing for old CC, huh? It's very
right.
Yeah. Goes. Yeah.
At this point, Sid is at a different sorority party. I like the way this was laid out because I wasn't aware that this is how college scenes actually were, but frat houses are directly this is called Sorority Row for a reason. Like they're definitely structured this way where you could walk across the street and there's like an entirely different situation going on, which Sid is at, and everyone here, much like the first film, are enchanted by the police presence over at the murder scene. So they decide to leave Sid alone here, the same way Randy was left alone. The killer then attempts to attack Sid as she is isolated before Derek arrives just in time. Derek, of course, Sid's boyfriend, which I like old Derek. I mean, compared to Billy, I was going to say that's like her best boyfriend, but like the chances here.
I don't know if I like him, but
fair. If
I don't like him, it's not because he's like a mean guy. I think he may be an overcorrection, you know?
Fair. Yeah, I can see that.
I will
get to a point. Yeah. I'll get to a point later where I reveal why Miss Riceman in particular does not like him, which is an interesting reason, I guess.
Okay, that'll be interesting. All
right. As she's at this party, she got left alone. Derek shows up. He decides to be a hero here and run in after Ghostface, who nicks him on the arm. and immediately Sid's not buying this.
Right.
Her lived experience tells her this something smells fishy.
Yes.
Dewey shows up, runs in there, no ghost face, sees the slash on his arm, and is like, "All right, we need to interview this fella." And as he's in the hospital bed, the cops are not buying it, which has got to be a tough situation to be in. But yeah, I mean, a lot kind of happened there, not too much. Cece's death there being the highlight of all of this, and Sid's first interaction with the new killer, which I will say this killer less menacing, like kind of you point to, there's less edge to him. He's already a little bit of a goofball, and we see why later.
Yeah, that's the thing that does kind of make sense, but yeah, I think the scene here where it kind of repeats the situation with the boyfriend save is smart and confronts head on like the idea that it's going to be a complete repeat of what we got in the first film, which I think is smart. Right. Poor Cece comes and goes as quick as Ebu on Fightful, and you move on. We move on.
Right. Rest in peace, Ebu. As we continue, having been witness, like I say, to the non-threatening wounds, she's immediately not buying it, second guesses them. At police headquarters, Gail and Dewey together. I will give Dewey credit here. He was a part of this realization that the kills that are currently happening are all connected to Woodsboro because all the names are lining up. We had Phil Weathers. Oh, wait. No, excuse me. Let me go back to his name. Phil Stevens, rather, which Steve lines up with Maureen Prescott being Jada Pinkett Smith, and the most recent one being Casey or Cece. So this was Dewey doing his job right here, and I was proud of Dewey here. You know, he doesn't get many wins, so it's nice when he gets them.
Yeah, good for him. I'm proud of Dewey. Good for him.
All right. At this point, Dewey also comes up with the idea to get her protection, and 2 detectives are assigned to Sid at all times, which very fair, fair. Which Derek, not the biggest fan of later on in the film, which you could look at as maybe there's a reason, but which they've given you reason to kind of be suspicious of Derek, which I like.
For sure, and because, as much as I had my fun earlier, the fact that he is so sort of overly
white,
such an I think it makes him more suspicious,
right?
To the viewer, you're taking everything as a trick, right?
Exactly, because that's how you were trained from the first one, right?
Exactly. So that's an interesting deal here, but Dewey, Dewey was on his game here, bro. He was.
This is the best Dewey performance you get, like as a police officer.
This is prime Dewey. This is peak Dewey. Yeah. At
this point, I'm going to refer to him as Dwight for the time being because he earned Dwight. Randy, Gail, and Dewey at this point. Again, he's on top of it here, but unfortunately, just bad timing. Randy, Gail, and Dewey meet up in what appears to kind of be like a town square of sort on the college campus when Randy gets his very own phone call. If Chuck's still here in the chat, cover your ears for this bit. Dewey and Gail go split up to they come up with the idea, which fair play, they're looking for somebody on their phone. And fortunately, they are harassing random strangers who are just talking to loved ones. Grandma might be on the deathbed. Last phone call. Here comes Dewey or Dwight at this point. And they split up. Randy unfortunately does it to himself here. He gets lured a bit as he's looking around and ends up close to Joel's van, which you got to note, if you want to be any character in the Scream franchise, Joel's your guy. He knew to get out for obvious reasons. Oh, Chuck is here, and she did hear that, unfortunately, already, what's about to happen. But like I say, Joel, he recognized that, as he says, black men in slasher movies usually don't make it very far. Yeah. And because he got out of the way quick, he made it to the end. So shout out, Joel. We love you, brother.
He's the true hero of the story.
The triumph.
Look, I gotta say, I'm with Chuck on this. This is a tragedy. This is a tragedy.
And I just say Randy gets his licks in here on the phone as he says, which I do like this about the movies. Sydney especially, but Randy here always referred to the killer as a loser because that is what they are. And Randy gets very fired up and begins to insult Stu and what he calls a homo-pressed or homo-repressed, a rat face mama's boy. And Ghostface on the other line gets pretty quiet, very upset about this. Hops out of
that makes sense. Right?
Hops out of the van, or not even necessarily, just snatches poor Randy up in there. And they do give us the dignity of not showing the brutalness here, except through the rearview mirror, because our little hearts couldn't take it.
We couldn't take it. And this is one of those things that I obviously am experiencing in hindsight. And when I watched Scream 2 the first time, it did surprise me, but I'm almost certain that this was like a major event in pop culture at the time, that people were like, why on earth has Randy been killed? Yeah.
Right. Which we'll note, Randy did bring up earlier that no one is safe in a sequel, even Sydney. So the irony of it is not lost, but it is still quite unfortunate happening.
They even reference people being mad in the third one, right? With the you know when they're on the set and the actor's like, I'm here because people are upset about Randy.
Right.
There you go. Yeah.
They were definitely aware that people weren't very happy, like you say. So at this point, like we say, Randy dies. Sid is off to the library during all of this, and she gets an ominous message that basically says, you are going to die tonight. The fella next to her indicates that it had to have been sent from inside the library. And she begins looking around as one would do, and she stumbles around a corner into a corridor where who other than Cotton Weary arrives.
Okay, here it is. This is what we've been talking about the whole time. So,
oh, brother,
I get it, and like the idea is he very fairly is a desperate man in terms of like public sort of rebuild. However, and I mean, this obviously was what they was intending to be the case. It isn't like, I don't think he went rogue with his performance here. That's not really. I don't think that's likely. He has basically, this is the one scene we've been referencing where he is portrayed in a way specifically to make you question him and whether he's actually the killer. And cheap feels unfair or strong, but in some ways it is kind of cheap because it feels like a very extreme portrayal of him. Now, we don't know enough about him to be like betrayed by it. Like, oh my God, what's happened?
Right.
But it is a lot, and they really do kind of it's pretty thick in terms of what they're trying to get across to you, right? And making you doubt him. And I think it is a little bit jarring, to be honest with you.
That's
even though we've not, even if we don't know a ton about Cotton, this feels like a lot to me, and especially on rewatch, it always stands out to me, this scene. So I don't know.
Right, and compared to how like other characters have been treated in the franchise, like instead of getting gradual depth of why you should care about this or why this character feels this way, it is like immediately like to the fullest extent of being the desperation. I'm gonna be very touchy, very aggressive motions, just like you say, to make you question. Which this movie in particular, especially at the end, they play with a lot of that, where it's like we're gonna do stuff in specific orders to make you think one thing when.
Yeah, that stuff's. I guess it's inevitable because you know, like a whodunit, which ultimately is what Scream is, a whodunit, right? It's you kind of have to start playing tricks to the audience once you've established how you do things. And even though this is only the second one, you've already told the audience it could be two people. You know, so it's like, I think this was an attempt to really kind of increase Cotton's presence in the film, which would pay off. In fairness, they do give him some closure in that regard.
Yeah.
But as I look back on it, especially for this purpose, I've always took this a little bit as like they kind of concede that I think the one half, the least of the two reveals ahead of us, are not exactly going to make you kind of go, oh my God.
Right. And with one of them, like you say, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go for it.
Like you say, yeah, one of them has the bigger impact because it's also been set up in a regard, even in reference. I'm not going to give away the game just yet, but we will refer back to the first phone call that Casey got in the first movie when a question was prompted to her. And it's just interesting, like, and the way that it gets played up here in the end, which we'll get to, definitely lead you to to believe that they understood that one of the characters was not necessarily going to make you jump out your seat.
Yes, exactly. Absolutely.
Right. The first mention of Diane Sawyer here, which again will become one of the funniest lines in Scream later on, but just probably should bring that up. Sid obviously not going for this, not fired up by this whole situation, decides to storm out a little bit. Cotton doesn't like that she's not fired up about it and decides to shout at her about being a victim. And the two detectives grapple him to the wall and even to the floor, I believe. And he immediately retreats into, I'm sorry, what did I do wrong? Which is, I believe that's a normal human behavior when you're getting pinned against the wall. But
fair.
Cotton then gets taken to police HQ, where he again, it's unfortunate because of like how you're feeling about him as a character already. But I think he plays his cards right here. Like, what are you going to arrest him for? Was that like raising his voice in a library, which the sheriff is not happy about that comment. He's like, son, we got murders going on here. Watch the smart ass mouth. But I do think that's a fair reaction for Cotton.
I agree. But again, and this goes back to if you're dwelling on it, it feels like a different person to the guy who was just like twitching with desperation. The character that we saw then, I feel like would have handled this very poorly, and he does not handle it poorly. So it kind of changes accordingly. But I'm with you in this. I think he's right on the money here, definitely.
Right, that's a good point. It's very different Cottons, as you say. Dewey and Gale link up, and this is the first time Gale starts to show a little heart. I mean, saving Sydney kinda in the first one, but this one is like you hear it. It's less of an action, more of speech. Where she's just immediately like, this isn't for record, this isn't for story. I just want to catch the son of a bitch. And that's because she's affected by what happened to Randy. She's seen it firsthand, and it's somebody that she actually was connected to at this point. She wasn't just a reporter on a case that she now knew these people and had somewhat, even if she didn't necessarily like care about their well-being, kind of cared for them as people. So you can feel the impact.
And that is, it does feel earned rather than sort of hurrying to the end of the first film on a more sort of conclusive note. So that is a positive, is these sequels give you more time with these characters. They can actually develop in a way that's more earned, I think, and organic. So that's good stuff. I agree.
Right. And Joel comes back here as we see some of his B-roll that Gale decides, maybe we should look after this because these type of killers would likely get satisfaction at being at the crime scene. So Dewey and Gale go to review the footage, and this almost turns into American Pie as a horror movie, as the first review said, as they get very fired up while watching this. The B-roll footage and another TV cuts on. Gale recognizes this is not my footage. What is going on here? And then, fun little note, we see the back of Gale and Dewey in real time. They look up to see Ghostface at the projector at the top, or I would assume a projector, yeah. And Dewey, with his very interesting limp, as we do say, he does carry his wounds into this one. He's got some nerve damage, so his arm and his leg are affected here. Which I will say, the nerve damage, I don't know if he went to treatment in between the second and third film. Not as very much Cody Rhodes selling. And we're gonna sell it at the beginning of the match. When we get to the finish, baby, all bets are off.
Yeah, he's living a better life by the third. To be fair, maybe he's getting some treatment. Yeah, maybe we could talk ourselves into this. I'm with you, absolutely.
There's believability that Dewey went to the doctor in between. Sorry, Jumanji Hunter, for the Cody Rhodes stray there. As Dewey goes up there, Ghostface is gone. He comes down, and this will become a recurring theme where he goes, he's not up there. and then immediately he appears,
Right.
which obviously, I mean, it's just fun. It does lean, I would say, more in the third one, which there are reasons for. We'll probably get into. Marvel is not the reason why, but that's like kind of the shorthand for saying Marvel dialogue when stuff's like really intense and you do quippy remarks, which I mean Scream has always done, but kind of stood out to like a just saying them to say them. Which the first one had personality. This one I still feel has a lot of personality, but you kind of lose that towards the third film.
Yeah, I think it's an inevitable like embracing the silliness that comes with it. Like,
and that's fair.
And I get it. Like, and it's one of those things where I still like them. They're just different for that reason, right? It's just a different tone because it gets inherently ridiculous as when you have repeat situations like this with these people. It's just
it'll be badass the first time, and then the second time you're like, oh well,
right.
And then as it continues, there's less of an effect.
Mm-hmm.
The killer attempts to attack Gale. Dewey, a better stumble than what we saw with Billy here. He stumbles down the stairs for Dewey. This is when he's back to being Dewey. We don't refer to him as Dwight at this point.
He's lost it already.
We took the badge immediately. Gale makes a break for it, leaving poor Dewey. However, Ghostface does try to follow her. She goes into what I believe is like a school radio station, recording booth type situation here. And the killer does follow. This leads to a very fun environment here. Or a fun, not ending, but just a fun scene where you have that soundproof glass that they obviously play with because Gale hides. There's like a quick little hide and go seek between Ghostface and Gale, where Gale originally has the upper hand. Then we can kind of see Ghostface figure out the game a little, and then almost gets at Gale before Dewey arrives on the other side of the glass. Gale is distracted. Dewey's banging on the glass with all his might, just to no avail, and Ghostface appears behind him. He's still pleading for help. Luckily, in his fall, he hits the mic, alerting Gale to what's going on, which unfortunately, kind of the situation is if this fella attacked me, you would be Gale in this situation where you would just watch it happen. Smashing the laptop screen, the webcam. Dewey gets a couple knives to the back here.
Dude,
and
this
Gale
is absolutely presented as Dewey's death. Like this is like the music, the way it's everything about this is he's deaf. Like he's dead now. It's incredible.
It's so dramatic, and like you say, the music cue is like, this is it. This is it for Dewey. Yes. And as we will see, again, not spoiling a movie that came out, and I believe this is 97. Was when Scream 2 came out very shortly after the first one. But I say that to say a lot of times passed. Dewey does make it out. Gale's still in peril as she locks herself in the other, like she stays like in that little room there. She locks herself in, barricades herself. Ghostface can't get in, and in almost a mirror of what Dewey was doing, he just starts banging on the glass aggressively. Takes him a while to figure out that it's not going to break. And she looks down, looks back up a second later, and he's gone. So that was kind of intense.
Yes, it's a really good scene, and it's like a kind of set piece heavy. What I would say is, and I don't know if you felt the same way, the pacing of 2 is far weaker than the pacing of 1.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot more sticky. Now, I think this is great, and I think in a vacuum it's even better. Where it's placed, I do think this is like the film's pacing really suffers, I think, the second hour of the set. And again, I still have overly positive thoughts in the broad street. We're doing pros and cons. But when you're comparing it, which is what you inevitably do with a sequel, right? Like,
you have to do it,
The pacing, on watching it like this especially, it was very noticeable to me, I thought. So, that's one drawback to still. Yeah, but this, generally speaking, this Dewey and Gale and this whole chase is pretty awesome, honestly.
Right. But like I say, like, out of the context in which it's presented, where it's like you just went through, and I will say that they do a lot of like murder, like because they had to do more. I mean, that's kind of the rule that like Randy sets forth is that like, you're gonna do more killing. So like it goes like kill to kill. You have separated parties, but the first one is like each scene directly affects the next. This one, like you say, suffers from that.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's still very dramatic stuff, and we're about to get to. I mean, the car scene I think is a classic, which we'll get to in a moment. But yeah,
right, with a very different vibe immediately.
Yeah.
As we see, Sid and Hallie are being driven away by the two detectives in the car, and I have an interesting gripe with this scene. When it's like what would you do here? I believe a lot of people do. When at the stoplight, Ghostbuster, he does not show up. None of them. Bill Murray's not in this film, but Ghostface does ambush, killing the detective that's driving. While still locked in the back seat, Ghostface takes control. I mean, he doesn't kill the other detective yet, but trust me, we're on that road. Ghostface takes control of the vehicle. The poor fella stands in front of the vehicle, not sure his plan. He gets ran over. Takes the place of Kenny in this film, where he wants to ride on the hood of the car. However, Ghostface takes him for a joyride straight into construction poles. And this scene fucked me up as a kid. This was like a true just stark. It's very similar to the Hereditary scene. I believe you know which one I'm talking about without having to get into it, where it's like very stark and immediate, and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah. That, I mean, I will say that Hereditary, again, I don't spoil Hereditary, but
yeah, I tread a little lightly.
Yes, exactly. That scene is like, oh my god, that's right. Yeah, but I get what you're saying for sure.
Yeah. So now Ghostface seemingly unconscious at this point, which fair. You just hit some concrete and some poles came through. The back door, they can't get out. So Sid has the idea to rip the grating that separates the front of the cab to the back. And this right here is the definition of tension. So Ghostface knocked out. The door doesn't open. They had to crawl through a window, which again, this is probably not an intentional parallel, but just the idea of crawling through small space. I immediately went back to Tatum in my head, and I was like, oh, brother, this is not going to end good for somebody. And even I will say, as I was typing this one up as I was rewatching the film, totally forgot how it played out at first, and then was immediately reminded. So Sid makes it out safely, and then tries to get Hallie through the back door, which is unsuccessful. Hallie is then told that if she wants to get out, she has to crawl over the same way. And this is right here where I was like, oh, brother, this is it. So as I was typing, I said, well, and Hallie unsuccessfully crawls out, which is how they frame it. That's what you're supposed to think. But she makes it out and said here, she had the opportunity. This is one of those decisions that she makes that, you're not going to bat 100%.
Right. Yeah.
And this is where I had if you were in this situation, when you're Sid here and you're crawling over a man that has killed multiple people that you know, or at least at this point, at least Randy, and she doesn't know about Dewey. You would think you'd take the opportunity while the fella's unconscious, not even to just unmask him, but get some licks in. Like you could end it right here. This could be it. Obviously, I mean, if you do that with every movie, if you're like, well, the movie would have lasted 15 seconds if you handled it like this.
Yeah, but there's truth to it. This really captures a lot of the Scream sequels, and I think it's wonderfully done, and it's a classic to me because of the tension you mentioned.
Yeah,
there are a lot of elements to this that do not hold up under the spotlight in terms of investigation. I mean, a lot of elements too, because you're just talking about Sydney's actions. What's about to happen is like,
dude, the way it's framed, so like you say, Sid and Hallie both escape, and Sid has the idea, maybe I should go unmask him. I need to know what this sick fuck looks like. Leaving poor Hallie behind by some suspicious looking wood pallets stacked up beside her. She goes back, and as you see her already walking back, there's no silhouette in the car. Doesn't bother Sid. We should still take a look, which she does. Ghostface is gone. She turns to announce that he's gone. which Hallie soon finds out why in a hilarious jump around the corner. Just not holding up, I'll say. If anything in this movie doesn't, it's probably that.
They pushed their luck a little with this, huh? A little bit.
Yeah, they stretched it a bit, yeah.
They definitely did. It's the car scene itself I'll always remember, and I think it's one of the best in the film. But yeah.
So we now return to Gail, who is still in the school, or in the college rather, and she's stumbling down the hallway when approached by a bloody Cotton Weary, which I very much like this scene because it now puts Gail in a position that Sydney was in the first film, where she immediately, it's like, you know, you called him an act, he's literally red-handed, and immediately calls the police when she gets the opportunity and says Cotton did it, Cotton's the murderer. Which, like you say, that plays into their dynamic really well, with especially with Gail being right in the beginning about the situation. But
for sure, yeah. I know, I'm with you. There is some good stuff. I mean, there are a couple of things that we jumped over because we're obviously we're doing 3 films here. But dude, the rehearsal scene in this film is incredible, and I bring that up because otherwise I'll forget because again,
very fair.
The rehearsal scene is one of the best scenes in this film, also. Amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah,
amazing.
Absolutely.
So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here for sure. Go for it.
Right. I'm not familiar with the play, which is why I was scared to bring it up, because I did see like people who are, I would refer to as professional film critics who can like address like the parallels being a little on the nose with her being Cassandra in the play, which I would not have been able to point out on my own. But the scene that you referred to when they're in the hooded cloaks, which we will return to, the hooded cloaks at some point, which another very kind of funny scene until you realize what's going on. It's very cool because it like cuts out, you have the hooded mask figures and it cuts in and out to a Ghostface attack that's starts to play into Sydney slightly not losing her mind, but like you kind of get the first hints of something they explore a little further in the third one.
For sure, yeah. And I just bring it up because we, inevitably we're comparing to the first one and we're saying like this. Right. But there is a lot. I mean, I still really like this film. When Scream 2 is on, I put Scream 2 on. It's simple as that. Like I do, I watch it. So
there's some elevated ideas. Like the first one was very clear and concise, and you could tell that they had ideas for this one. And doing the parallel like play was one of them that and it's kind of like they paralleled Halloween in the first one, and now they're doing a parallel of like, thought it was pretty neat. Like you say, I definitely appreciate you bringing it up because I did not take note of it. At this point, Sid returns to that same auditorium, and this is when business picks up. The killer taunts her with a spotlight on her, which on the nose, she's the spotlight of the film. Before the cut up, an unconscious body of Derek descends from the rafters. This note does remind me why Miss Riceman's not a fan of Derek.
Oh.
She was not happy with the idea that he went to the frat party and was undressed in his boxers with other women around. For a committed fella, this was a low point for Derek.
I'm surprised. I was convinced the reason was going to be the singing scene, the infamous Tom Cruise tribute.
She probably doesn't even remember that scene. I just remember that was her reaction. I guarantee if I showed her that scene, she would absolutely hate everything about him. So yeah, that's definitely fair.
That scene is a lot. That scene is a lot, dude. It is. That's a moment. That's a moment in cinematic history. It really is.
Poor Derek. I'm not sure the actor. But brother, he was giving it his all, but all wasn't coming out. As simple as we could give it to him. But yeah, he descends after he was clearly at the frat party still. I should have made note previously why he got in trouble and was tied up at the frat party, which the funny scene I alluded to earlier when he's outside the car talking to Sid. The first time the hooded figure runs in the background, you're supposed to think it's Ghostface, which I believe, and I do as well. And the full jog he's hitting in full stride is hilarious looking. And then you see the rest of them, and it's clearly his frat brothers who are mad that he gave the necklace to Sydney, which will come into play here shortly. as Derek descended from the rafters unconscious, the killer approached, and it's Mickey. And this is what you allude to as the character they knew wasn't going to hit. You know, it wasn't going to be a strong point. And I'm curious if this is the one, or if you're referring to Scream 3 as the character who is pretty underdeveloped.
I think both fit. I think Scream 3 is, the cast of characters are just different in terms of how it's presented. I do think it has serious issues in that regard in terms of the. Now, the difference is, I guess, and this could be better or worse, depending on how you look at it. While I think it's an undeveloped character, they then go to extreme lengths to explain why it makes sense. Now, again, with that comes some issues. We'll get to it. But, dude, Mickey, like, no one was startled or even cared, really, in response to this. I mean, this is just, it's a very, very weak reveal. And obviously, it's not the reveal.
Right.
But I don't know, man. It's pretty weak, isn't it? It's still here. Got to be said.
Yeah. I will give it up to Mickey. He didn't have a lot to give, and I feel like that's on the script and
yes, for sure,
the direction of the film. And this, he does shine, I will say. Like, I don't believe he's necessarily the problem when we talk about hamming it up here shortly. I believe he does a pretty good job kind of establishing himself.
Yeah, he makes the most of. It's just very difficult with. There's so little time and effort put into him before the reveal. It's just it's tough. Yeah, very tough.
It's right. It's like debuting somebody. For any grappler fans still in here, it's like debuting somebody with no promo packages, no nothing, and giving them like 4 minutes to get over. And unfortunately, they can do all the cool moves they want. It just doesn't necessarily work that way. I will say I do like how Mickey immediately starts pointing at Derek, saying, "Sid, you figured us out. It's both of us." Clearly playing into Sid's fear. And Derek vehemently denies. Sid questions this, obviously for obvious reasons. Mickey taunts her. And then Mickey he's done playing at this point, pulls a gun, shoots Derek. Pretty, like, not impactful. Just happens, and there it goes. Which, I mean, it's played that way for obvious reasons, I reckon, but very interesting.
Yeah, I think it again goes back to the kind of quietly a bit of a theme of the characters in this film being there more just for the sake of serving a purpose, you know? Like, Derek is there as such an extreme contrast to Billy that ultimately, like, once it's revealed, once you're past that being a novelty, he's kind of just discarded. It doesn't really have much of an impact, unfortunately.
Yeah. And then Mickey decides this is his opportunity to explain his motive the same way we got Billy and Stu. His doesn't necessarily hold up. He decides he's going to blame the movies, and that's going to work, which they even make fun of here shortly. So Sid, obviously, listen to this speech here. While he's holding her at gunpoint, she removes the necklace. So more so the symbolism of Derek is more important in this movie. Kind of the way Cotton was more of a symbolic character in the first one, and what he meant to the story was more important than him as a character. So she pulls the necklace off and cuts Mickey in the eye. They then scramble back and forth. Derek goes right back like an angel up into heaven. And that was it for Derek. And then this immediately tells you there's somebody else, which Mickey then follows up by saying, the second person's here. We have a surprise guest. Now, the framing of this was fun because he introduces, here comes my guest. And out comes Gail Weathers, which Sid, already on edge, doesn't know who to trust anymore, is immediately like, Gail, what the fuck? But luckily, they only give you 3 seconds to sit on that before we see the local news reporter, Deborah Salt, following behind Gail and holding her at gunpoint, who immediately reveals herself as the Pamela Voorhees of this movie, Miss Loomis, Billy's mom. How'd you feel about that reveal?
It's the stronger of the two reveals.
Yeah.
I agree with you that the Gal element is cute, and gives it extra punch because it's like a swerve to a presumed swerve.
Yeah.
This, I don't know, man. I've never been a huge fan of the like plastic surgery thing. I just think it's like, because
Yeah.
I think once you open that, and that again, that's the issue again, the first one. But
Oh, brother.
if that's such a, that's why she didn't spot her. It's like, I guess, man. I mean, I thought you can kind of just do that with any character. So
Right.
now again, to the same point we made with Mickey, she swings for the fences here. I mean, my God.
Yeah. Unfortunately to me, to a detriment.
I think it feels almost like trying to make up for weaknesses. Yeah. It's not particularly strong. I mean, I get it, and they have to tie it back, but I just think doing it that way feels cheap, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely fair. Yeah, like you said, she hams it up. I would say akin to like she's doing a Heath Ledger Joker almost, where it's like so just, and it's not a good one necessarily, but just very like, if she would have said why so serious, it would have been the cherry on top by how like on the nose it felt like she was trying to be.
The problem is that Stu is like, he's insane in the first one before he's revealed. He's a weird guy.
Yes, it's right. So there's like reason to, it's not just unearned necessarily. Yeah, it's like, I'm insane, I'm a psychopath.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
very fair. So at this point, she kind of does the same motive that Billy told Sid, where it was like, my husband left me to sleep with your mother, which that's a fair motive. You could see why we got to that point. And then Sid makes her escape, grabbing an axe as she escapes through a stage door. Probably stage left, stage right, one of those fun terms for, playbill information, stuff like that. She grabs the axe, starts cutting rope lights. This is fun right here. This is like playing with the set. I like.
Yeah.
So she activates all the special effects, which like the smoke machine comes up. Pretty interesting, which that smoke will play into a reveal later slightly. The brickwork, you could very much tell, which I'm not usually one to point this out, that they're styrofoam bricks. At one point, they're waving in the wind as they're crumbling down. It's very silly looking, but I mean, I like,
it's
a
set though, right? So
right,
you can,
But they treated it like with the sound effect, like it was actual Stones one, like Indiana Jones. It was very interesting.
That's fair, actually. Yeah, I've always done it because my brother always gives shit out, and I always said, but it's a set. But to be fair, I do get what you're saying about the way it's presented. Maybe it's a little bit drastic. I get that.
Right. Like I said, the brickwork falls on her, and it becomes a little bit of a battle. Still, this isn't the end, and as it looks like Miss Loomis gets the upper hand, Cotton arrives with a gun, this time in place of where Gale was in the last film. And oh brother, Cotton has a decision to make, and this decision weighs on if Sid will agree to the Diane Sawyer interview. And they set it up like fair play. It was a plot point, a little beat they set up earlier in the film, but good lord, because it's like the way it's framed is it's when she finally agrees, he makes the decision, and he kind of like is like, that's not the case. So I'm still not left to be sure if like that was it for him. That's what made the deal. But I mean, fair play.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like the idea of Cotton kind of getting some justice, so to speak, some redemption, and that's more captured in after this. I think I almost said in the post match. In the aftermath of this is captured right with Sydney giving him the kind of floor.
Yeah.
Yes, I've always found it hysterical that he appears to be like sincerely considering his options as to what is the best play.
Right. Very interesting. I will say when she came out, I did miss this part, I believe already. Miss Loomis did shoot Mickey
Yeah.
Probably should have pointed this out a minute ago. She shot Mickey immediately, just being like, that fucking idiot's idea was never going to work. Kind of just used him because I knew he was a psychopath. Even says like a line like there's only 76 or something active serial killers. They're pretty hard to find. That's a cute little line. I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
And then as Mickey gets shot, he takes one and gives one to Gale, unfortunately, on his way down, which now we will see what happens as Cotton pulled the trigger. Both Sydney and Miss Loomis fall to the ground. Only Sydney comes back up, indicating to us that the Diane Sawyer interview sold the deal for him. And then Gale emerges like a zombie from the fog, like Night of the Living Dead. Here she comes, which I thought was cute. And then, as becomes commonplace in the Scream movies, the killer makes one last stand, this time it being Mickey, who jumps up, and Gale and Sid both collectively deliver 7 to 8 rounds into him.
Yeah.
And just for one good measure, Sid puts one in the still dormant Miss Loomis's head to call it a day, just to be safe.
Yeah, beast.
Right.
Tremendous deal, and that being like an official part of Scream. You think it has to be that way? It pops me every time. So I have no complaints with that. And for all of our many quips, and there are many issues, and it isn't the first film, still a really good time.
Absolutely, it's still fun.
Yeah,
I think it's
still really fun. And I think it's actually a very different sequel to the third. And I think in many ways positive. I think in a couple negative, which I'll get to, but I do like that what we're doing this as a trilogy. I do like that I feel all the films do have identities individually, which I think is important. So I'm still positive on it, even with our many, issues with it, which fair is what it is, right? We're taking notes here, guys. I mean, it's what it is.
You're gonna point out more gripes. It's the same way when you're doing like a Dynamite review. You might have a good time watching it, but then as you're breaking down PTSD.
Oh Jesus, it's a Dynamite review, man. Come on, chill out.
Brother just saw the Chris Jericho graphic pop up. Come next.
Jesus.
That's my apologies. Some said PTSD. You might have to go into crisis counseling after this. We'll see. But yeah, the film ends in a parallel to how the first one ended, with Dewey getting carted out, and rather than filming Dewey in awful shape, very funny reveal that he's still alive here. But Gale decides to keep the camera off and hops in the back of the van or back of the ambulance rather, with Dewey, and we'll see that that's not necessarily a thing that Gale's going to hold to. She still will continue to write books and stuff, but this was a big step for the character, I would reckon.
Yeah, and that's a nice touch, right? That's a nice touch, and I suppose you can look at kind of the final scenes of all three of these, and it's pretty cool arc there, I suppose. Obviously, that excludes the idea that there's going to be a full fifth and sixth, but nonetheless, and seventh, I should say. But yeah, across these three, there is a nice kind of progression with the Dewey and Gale dynamic, definitely.
Right. So yeah, that's essentially Scream 2. A lot of people say one of the better sequels of all time. I'm not necessarily sure I fall that highly on it. This is one of those letterbox things where some reason I had 2 and 6 rated above 4, and in my heart I've always had 4 as my second favorite Scream film.
Interesting.
So
I find after 1, I find the next tier to be very tightly contested. Now I think the bottom tier is pronounced.
Yeah, it's 3 and 5, I think.
Yes, exactly right. And I know there is a little bit. There's some elements to 3 that people have come around to. 2, 4, and 6. And the one thing I'll tell about 6 is watching that in the movies at the cinema was like, I thought it was actually like blow away.
I had the same reaction. I was surprised how highly I rated it. Yeah,
on rewatch, I still really enjoyed it. It did not have the same oomph that it did watching it in the cinema the first time, which I guess, never will, but considering how often we rewatch these films, that is something that I kind of gives. I'm going to rewatch it again soon, because I've only seen it a couple of times, 6. So yeah, I'd say 2 or 4 off the top of my head, I would say.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. So since we're pretty deep in here, I said we're going to speed through that one, and we Did not. Don't want to keep you too late. So if we need to speed through, just let me know.
It's all about Scream, dude. Do you think it's fine?
Fair play. Okay. Well, I guess since we've wrapped this one, are there any final thoughts you want to express that you haven't expressed about this movie yet?
No, I think we covered it. I like the film a lot. It has issues, but there's some great scenes in there. The opening does an amazing job of trying to match the original's opening. Like,
right.
I think it's a strong sequel, which is it's a tough thing to do. So I like the film a lot.
Yeah, very fair. Thank you to everyone still here. Surprisingly, we haven't lost everyone. You guys have hung around for 2.5 hours with us, and I reckon it's time to return to the beloved letter.
Action.
Now this one, there's going to be some interesting.
I'm concerned, I have to say, because these next two are in like the free range, so
yeah,
anything can happen.
So we have a few less for this one. Scream 3, I definitely got some better ones here. One thing I did recognize, a lot of people when they do 5-star reviews, they tell you how much they love the movie. And if they do 1-star, they tell you how much they hate it, which kind of is trouble for me when I'm trying to specifically allude that type of stuff. But let's see how it did with this bit here. The first letterbox review, again, for those that may have joined us late, I'm going to read to Joe here either a 1-star or a 5-star review, and he uses his big brain and tells me which one he thinks that these creeps on Letterboxd rated this film. All right, the first one goes as I quote, "Well, Dewey is resilient. You got to give him it."
That sounds like it could be somewhat, almost like patting a child on the head, slightly patronizing, slightly, dismissive, condescending. I'm going to say 1 star.
Wow. Nailed it. Wow. Absolutely nailed it.
I'm in a rhythm now, brother. Let's go.
All right. 5 stars for Dewey and Gale.
No, look. Now, the only fear I have here is, number 1, it feels like you're setting me up. Number 2, it could mean 1 star for the movie, 5. Yeah. But I still refuse. I still have to take the direct shot. I'm going to go reluctantly 5 stars.
Well, I mean, you know that they were 100%.
I couldn't guess that though, right? I just couldn't.
No, there's no way.
Oh,
that's why I kind of prefaced it at the beginning. I was trying to set you up even further, do a little foreshadow that most of the 5 stars tell you they're 5 stars. Because that one definitely caught me off guard. Whoa. All right. So this one's alarming to me. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the order they watch these films, but the quote goes, "Copy and pasted Scream 6 plot line and everything."
Wait,
brother, I don't know if it's just because there's a parent involved that they were like, "This is."
Oh right, yeah. But again, as you said, it would be the other way around.
Right. That's why I say there might be children on here.
This ought to be a 1. I mean, if this is a 5-star review and that's the best negative ever, it shouldn't be a 5-star. This is a 1. It has to be a 1.
That's correct. That is a 1-star review.
Amazing.
Very articulate there with their words. This next quote, "This movie proves my theory that it's always the hot one who ends up being the killer." I'm not sure which one they represent here, but okay.
Oh man, that gives me nothing.
Right.
Oh shit. I'm gonna be positive and say that's a 5. 5.
Yeah, 1 star. They're not happy about how attracted they are to old Mickey. Which
Chuck's exactly what I was thinking. That had Chuck energy. Chuck would have veered higher. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
I will say, now that we're at this point, many times when I was typing this up, I put Mickey Gall. And the only reason I know that name is from the CM Punk fight. And I was like, well, that's not the fella. It's not Mickey Gall.
CM Punk would like you to forget that name, I think. But
yeah. Sorry, Punk. Also in the chat. Sorry, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do two more for Scream 2 here.
Okay.
This one's got a little bit of link to it. So bear with me. The fact that the original killers were supposed to be Hallie, Derek, Cotton, and Miss Loomis, with Mickey actually dying before the final act, is something I needed. Hallie would have made a terrific serial killer, but either outcome, she still would have died, with no chance of saving her. Hallie deserved final girl status, but I digress.
Okay.
Loaded.
If all of that is in name of a 5, like there's not like that can't. There has to be, sort of suggestions in the form of critique. That has to be a 1. Has to be a 1.
Yeah. So that's a perfect film in this reviewer's eyes. How they handled it. They would slightly fix the perfect film, but it was still perfect, I guess.
Their main takeaway of the film was, I wish the film was a different film.
And what makes it beast to me is like there's like the idea that a lot of they leaked intentionally dud scripts. Yeah. And I think this user just took all the scripts and combined them into one to say all 4 of them are the killers. It was I like that idea.
They loved the actual film so much it was a full 5. That's incredible.
I thought that one could trick you up. Now this one could be tricky. You could nail this one on the nose. The very last one for Scream 2. I like this film as much as I like getting kicked in the balls.
Again, I feel like this is a trick, and my instincts are to go against the grain, but I'm going to be logical. I'm going to be adult about this, and I'm going to presume this person doesn't like being kicked in the balls, and this is a 1-star review. And
that would be a fair assumption. Let's see if
it would. Oh, there we go.
I like to keep you on your toes a little bit.
Yeah, I was convinced that was a 5-star. As soon as I said the words, I was like, oh, Jesus. Yeah. No, I mean, that was fitting for Scream 2. That was quite a roller coaster we went on there. All right, fair enough.
Right. Again, while we're here, got a little break in the action. Shout out everybody still here. Chuck, gotta love Letterboxd reviews. They're so fun. Indeed. There's some wretched activity on there, but they're very fun to kind of, just analyze how people just watch films, because people do it completely different. You have people who are rating it on like a 1 to 100 scale that have like acting, camera work, editing, production, and that'll come up with a score. Or you have people, probably Joe, you probably fall on this with me, where it's like, however I felt at the cinema watching this is where the star rating goes.
Yeah. I don't write reviews at all because I just if there's one thing I need less of in my life, it's sort of review analysis of things. I just try but I did one for the Von Erich's flick. So I've done it once, and I did it exactly as you'd imagine. Yeah, of course, right. I did exactly as you'd imagine I would do it, and just ramble on to myself. But Letterboxd is awesome. I'm not sure the fellow that runs Cage Match would be as thrilled with the range of reviews, I have to say. But
right.
I mean, imagine if he got some of those on Cage Match about Brett and Austin. He would just fucking nuke the whole site, wouldn't he? Imagine?
Yeah, absolutely. tore it up. Yeah, I don't think we would fare well on there. Like our horror ratings would definitely get us kicked off. They're like, why are you not rating this rom-com you watched at 5-star if you keep it? Yeah. Very, very interesting dynamic. Novi, so that's 5-star. Believe in reference to the ball kicking. Interesting to out yourself like that, Novi. Yeah. And Chuck, written 6-paragraph reviews and 1-line reviews. It's all about duality. See, I've kind of dipped my toes in that. I was so appalled by Halloween Kills. I've deleted this. If you find it on my Letterboxd still, I don't know what happened.
Oh,
I wrote
wow.
a immediate review about how I was upset, and which makes it funny is like that's just when I added Contrarian Alex on there, and seeing his love for the film compared to how just viscerally I hated it.
I have to be honest. Contrarian Alex is one of my best friends. His opinions on the new Halloween trilogy are like enraging. Like they're actually maddening. He's a really close friend of mine. I actually want to punch him in the face sometimes for even because he came.
Las Vegas, here we come.
Dude, Halloween ends. He comes out of the cinema like, what a movie. I'm like, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah,
God love him.
Definitely interesting takes. I mean, it's not just cinema, as we know. Watching Shane McMahon, Grand Grappler, his baby. I mean, that fella's got some opinions.
You need to get him on here, dude. He's a unique cat. Alex, he'll be good.
We might have to do a Halloween Kills business with you and Contrarian Alex on board.
I would love that, and so would he. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I might have to reach out. Let's see. And then about 1 star. I did write a 1-star review for The Last Voyage of the Demeter. Have you seen this flick?
No.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. The only thoughts I had was Liam Cunningham. I thought he did pretty good in the movie, and that's literally all I had. So, yeah, I definitely get that duality, Chuck. So now moving forward to Scream 3, we'll probably do this one a little less, I guess, uniform for 2 reasons. One, it's 2 hours and 46 minutes. We've made it to like the time of almost The Godfather, I'm pretty sure. Maybe longer at this point. And also, when I got to the end here, I don't know what happened. I don't know if I was just tired or just a lot happened in the film that was going on. It was hard to keep up with. There's a clear stopping point when we get close to the end where I just stopped writing. So we will investigate that further.
We'll call it in the ring, brother. This should be fine. I think. I don't think you're. I don't think you're going to miss many of the big pivotal points of Scream 3. I think you'll be okay.
I think this is a very like how they say Marvel movies for like when they make trailers for the Super Bowl, how they have to make it really just for everybody. You know, if you're drunk on the couch, you can understand what this movie's about. That's definitely what Scream 3 is compared to the other two. But let's dive in. The film opens on Cotton Weary.
Yes.
And oh, brother, this is a pretty different Cotton Weary. He's still, he's not desperate anymore. He got his new talk show. I believe it's like called Cotton Keeps It 100 or something similar to that matter. He receives a call while stuck in LA traffic. I giggled a little bit. Not even a giggle. Did one of those like nose snorts. That's kind of like a laugh. I was like, haha, I know LA traffic. And he dismisses the call he receives as just like little playful flirting. He actually hangs up the important call he was on to just address this flirting matter, as you know the caller was getting him riled up. And the voice then immediately transforms from the flirty girl into an iconic ghost face voice, who then threatens that Cotton's girlfriend was in danger if he doesn't tell the location of Sydney Prescott. So this is the first like opening that like, one, we see a character we know, and two, they bring up Sydney immediately.
Yes, and this is your show, so I apologize if I'm jumping the gun, but I think we have to immediately attack this head on.
Absolutely.
This film relies on a thing that is like infamous in Scream fandom, in the sense that everyone has a strong opinion on it. So I'm going to just pull the Band-Aid off. The voice still that we have in this film.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this? Because I don't want to, again, it's your show, but I just need to know, because it makes or breaks a lot of this. We've got to be honest, right?
Yeah. So, like I said, the other two were pretty grounded for how much a horror movie can be. Mm-hmm. And then a new tech is invented that at this point in time would have been impossible to do. This is what I alluded to 2.5 hours ago when I said on rewatch now, there are aspects, mainly just this, that are like more possible because we have AI now, where I could go into like art list right now and I could look up probably not Joe Hulbert's voice or
No.
Hulbert's voice rather, but I could look up Courtney Cox's
Bob
voice.
O'Neill. Bob
Yeah, Bob
O'Neill.
O'Neill for sure. Yeah, or I could look up drunk or sober Jack Crosby. They're both
Right.
on there. And yeah, you could. This could be something that's possible, but this was a turn that I did not like, and I do not believe Kevin Williamson liked.
Right.
He originally wrote it, which I guess after you allude to your opinions on it, we should probably address that too.
Yeah, the reason I bring it up at the start is, and before I go any further, like, I think this is probably the worst Scream film.
Absolutely.
I still consider it to be like, I will watch this film happily. Like, it's not a film. Like you mentioned Halloween, bro, dude. Halloween Ends. I never want to see that again. I want to see a frame of that again. I'd rather, if there's a few Halloweens actually for that matter.
Right.
I still will happily watch this, and I don't even really dislike it necessarily because I think there's cute elements to it, but it ruins a lot of the fun because it's like just cheating, you know?
Yeah, and they could have played that. There's only one time they actually like use it to its full, like except maybe two of being generous. That like it's actually utilized to a point where it's like it felt necessary. You could have accomplished 90% of this movie.
Yes,
probably the entire movie, made a better film by just not including this.
And it's very gimmicky, and it gives you
Absolutely.
the feeling of a sequel that's trying to differentiate itself with a gimmick. And what I think is sad about that is, and we're going broad strokes here, but I think it makes sense because Scream 3 is so kind of ill-fated in a lot of ways. I think a lot of people really hate it, but I think there are like very real things in this film that we'll get to that actually could have easily defined this film without that ever being a thing, to your point. And I don't think it needed that to be different from 1 and 2. There actually is stuff in here that's different from 1 and 2. And I don't know, it kind of frustrates me. It's so goofy and it's so cheap. And to your point about the technology, I mean, we're talking, this is 20 plus years ago. But even still, I mean, he can just get any voice, it seems. Like he's sort of...
Don't know how the technology... Yeah, like you say, the technology was not there, still not there. But he's downloaded voices to this device. Not sure how he downloaded them, where he got the voices from. And the fact that it's not just recordings. Like, you could get away with that if he's playing tape recordings of, like, pre-recorded conversations. But it's just... He's saying new words that they've never said before. And he has, like, the dialect. Everything matches it. Yeah, it's a stretch, and it's the biggest stretch that they've taken in the franchise.
Yes, and that's why I thought we had to attack that head on because it is
very good point.
Yeah.
So yeah, like we say, the AI voice has already been utilized here, and it's about to be utilized again. Because Cotton doesn't oblige, whether he doesn't know the location or just chooses not to give it away. He rushes home to try to get to his girlfriend in time, which we already know Ghostface is in the house. At this point, we kind of see Ghostface go to attack Christine, his girlfriend. She kind of sees the full garb as she thinks Cotton's arrived because she hears his voice. The first, true example of the voice being used. And Ghostface emerges, so she runs, barricades herself in the office, and Ghostface outside the door continues to use the Cotton voice, which obviously the voice module is an issue here, but this is kind of cute because Cotton arrives home and she's not immediately distrustful when he's banging on the door because Ghostface was taunting, being like, I'm gonna in vile words, get at you, do what I need, like just take you out. And so as soon as he arrives, she's already just like, you're going fucking crazy. What's going on here? Which gives the killer an opening because Cotton's now in the door. They're both standing there arguing. Before the killer can even get there, she knocks him down with a golf club. Fun. The killer emerges, takes them both out, and leaves a picture of Maureen Prescott. That's the weaker of the openings.
It is, but I think even with our gripes, I think this is more about the first two openings than this being like bad. Because I'm with you. Like, as much as we just buried it, they at least use it. If you're going to do it right, I guess, right? And they do use it pretty cool here. So, yeah, there's some neat elements, as you mentioned. This is one that really like ties directly rather than us having to tie it back afterwards. This is, which I think was probably a necessary. I mean, once you've established formula, it probably feels like a fine adjustment.
Right.
But yeah, it's still I think it's one of the better things about the film, to be honest, even though it does pale in comparison to 1 and 2 in terms of the opening.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think all that's pretty fair. Yeah, pretty fair. Sydney, which I guess this would be a good point to kind of bring up a lot of the issues with this film. A lot of the reason why this film doesn't hit the same is they didn't have Kevin Williamson direct it, and they also had limited schedule with Sydney. And I think, unfortunately, they made the right choice by just, we need Sydney Prescott for the Scream movie, because I don't think audiences would have took to it, especially if this was going to be. I mean, they're doing this was originally intended to be a trilogy, so like you can't have the final movie not have Sydney.
Yeah.
But the film suffers in that regard. And Sydney, I believe Nev is pretty busy at this time, which is why her scenes are pretty limited. So a lot of the movie is not really featuring her until it needs to, per se.
The problem is, and I don't know what the best solution would have been, it is still a mystery constructed around her past. And so you have a very strange thing where she's kind of in the backdrop for a lot of it, and but eventually it has to circle back to being about her.
Right.
And that is not really a combination that works very well, I don't think. I'm not saying she shouldn't have been the main, but like, if you're not going to have her around for a lot, that does create an issue, right? I mean, a lot of this, as you mentioned, she's absent, but by the end, it's all about Sydney again. And I don't know. I'm sure that, it was challenging circumstances, and I know this had a lot of challenges in that regard, but it is a little bit of it doesn't really blend particularly well, sadly, that element, I would say.
Right. And even some of the stuff they do with her limited scenes, we're going to see how you feel about them. I think I could have done without. I think you could have utilized having Nev aboard a lot better than, make the most of the minutes you actually have with your superstar actress. We do see now she's living in this like peaceful like retreat, very nice, but it's not very peaceful. On the outside, it does look that way. She has 9,002 security systems set up, which very fair. And we see that she's doing women's crisis counseling under a mock name of Laura, and she has everything set up for that way she can't be found. And I do appreciate showing that, like, in between, like, it shows the effects of the first two movies even more so. Like, she wants to help other people, but she also recognizes that she's not necessarily in the clear either.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a nice touch. And you get very, this is obviously a brief thing, but it does add, further color to the kind of your perception of Sydney, which is a very positive one. Yeah. And this kind of reinforces that, right? So, yes. I think they do a pretty good job of protecting her character throughout, even when she's not around as much. There's very few moments where you kind of go, man, that's definitely, like, it all seems pretty much what you would like, what you'd expect from Sydney, I should say.
Right. Yeah, they kept true to what Sydney should be at this point. And like you say, they could have easily not done that and betrayed that. The first instance we see of Gail in this movie, she's speaking to what I imagine is college students in journalism. Shout out Kaden Lee. She's educating the masses on how she got, famous doing what she did. She gets a heckler in the crowd saying, "Was it worth it?" which I thought was nice. As she finishes up this her speech here, she's approached by Detective Mark Kincaid. I think he's quite polarizing as well.
Yeah. Well, two things here, right? We have to address Gal's hair is insane. And it's been discussed now for 25 years. We have to just get out of the way. It's insane.
Yeah, bold choice.
It still looks insane. I'm pretty sure Courtney Cox has spoke at length about it being an insane choice. Like, I think this has been covered by people more than one. I just wanted to say it. Don't get mad at us. We're aware.
Yeah, you got to address these things.
I could already see the comment, like, what about Gal's hair? I know, guys. I get it. You mentioned the detective. He is a fascinating character, I think, in that he is performed and produced in a way that is desperate to convince you that he's the murderer. Like,
again, very Cotton Weary in the last, very Derek in the last movie, where it's he's literally here to make you think he's the killer.
I would argue he takes that to like the next level. Even
That's even fair. Yeah.
There are scenes in this where I've watched this film 10, 20 times, and I even go, "Well, hold on." I mean, it's outrageous. Yeah, I mean, it's so on the nose, and also he gets more lines. I feel like than some of the
Yeah, he definitely does. He gets to explore that idea.
He's all over this thing, and it's just
right.
Yeah, it's like my mum has definitely seen this film like 4 or 5 times, and every single time she thinks it's him, like every single time.
That's extremely fair. Your mom's right. Like he's definitely like one scene in particular when he's speaking to her, like after she sees Ghostface and on the set, and he is like playing it up. He's like, "My life is a horror movie." I'm like, brother, come on, dude.
An insane character, dude. Like, legitimately, every time it stands out to me when I watch this.
Right. This is when he alerts Gale that Maureen Prescott's picture was left behind, which will become a kind of a signature of this Ghostface moving forward. Which is they break a rule here, which they'll break it a little bit further later on. We'll address it then. So then we go to the campus of Sunrise Studios. Love the name, love the aesthetic. Where Staff 3 is under production. We then meet this cast that is not even here. They're like spot on of what the original Woodsboro cast was, with Dewey instead being a handsome jock fella per se. Ends up being a piece of shit, which is also the opposite of what Dewey is. So fair play on that end. And we meet Jennifer Jolie, who I think out of the cast of Goobers here, incredible. And she gives the most like leg room to flex that, but yeah, she knocks it out of the park in my opinion as Gale Weathers.
I agree completely. She's definitely the highlight, and this is where I kind of am torn. So to your point about her having the most room to actually make an impression, this whole element is very underdeveloped, the characters in it. Absolutely. Which I think is a shame, because I actually think you see a great deal of potential in this idea. Like,
for real, yeah.
This playing out on the set of the film, and if we're going ahead, like some of the scenes that allowed in the Sydney scene, for example, has a great deal of promise, and there is a lot of flashes, and it's still some of the best stuff in the film, I think. But the character part of it is like non-existent. There's so little effort put into making you care about the actors. So yeah, I think there was really more on the set. I just wish it came with some time actually dedicated to like, do we like these actors? But she does steal the show for sure.
Yeah, it's like they had the assumption that like because you knew they were supposed to be those characters, you were supposed to have the same connection with those characters, which is not the right approach. You have to, something we've reiterated multiple times, you have to make somebody care. You have to provide depth.
We still have the real characters, right? So we don't...
Exactly. Right. Yeah. We also meet in this scene our first impression of Roman Bridger, the director. Doesn't get a lot of, he's just a director. At least a little bit further, we'll get a little more on him, but at this point, he's director guy. We meet, like I say, Jennifer Jolie. We get a fun little interaction with Dewey, Jennifer, and Gale here, where find out Dewey's working as a technical advisor on the film. Hilarious. Just the perfect guy to get that. Also playing him with the detective who is playing Dewey, the fella, being the jock guy. Gale gets her look back on Dewey, being like, that's supposed to be you, which I always find that funny in movies when like they're doing about like a movie star. They're all movies. It's fucking David Arquette, and he has to pretend to be ugly, doofy guy.
I mean, they go the full way with that when Carrie Fisher shows up later. They go an insane length with that bit. I mean, but I'm with you completely. Like the idea that in this universe actors exist, but it's not them, is funny. It's always funny.
Like we said, Dewey arrived then at that point. We then get something very interesting. We go to Sid's house, who is sleeping. Now, this is very Wes Craven for obvious reasons.
Right.
But this is not Scream, at least not yet. So Sid appears to see an apparition of her mother doing just ghostly voice. I mean, there's nothing else more to say than ghostly voice. She comes to the window that Sid miraculously left open. They have somewhat of an interaction where she's like, "Don't you remember your mother?" She falls to the ground as I remember blood appearing. This scene just made me upset.
Yeah.
Then turns into Ghostface, given a jump scare, which we haven't really gotten many of in Scream. That's not really the scariness of these films. Is not boo, I just jumped out and surprised you. It's been more so, which I mean, there is that like coming around corners,
Right.
but this one was like very.
Well, it's not even a real thing. So this is cheap. Is to your point.
Yeah. Very, that's very articulate way of saying what I was attempting at there.
You're fine, dude. You're looking at like 150 notes about these films. You're fine. You're more than welcome to. But yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. I think this is a case of what you kind of touched on earlier. It's they don't have a lot of time with Sydney, and this is their way of trying to add gravity to what they do have. I think it fails.
Yeah, absolutely.
It makes sense what they were trying to do, considering where we end up at the end of the film, right?
Right. Yeah.
But
They're trying to keep that idea on like at the top of your tongue, top of your brain. So like, and when there is a callback, you're aware of what's going on.
I guess you could argue like they'd probably reiterated their mother's presence as much as they possibly could without pulling this lever, and it was time. And then, boom, here it comes. You know, and it does feel off. It doesn't feel very Scream. Because once you open that door, you can get into the nightmare thing. Is you can go. That could be every scene. Then can be. Oh, I woke up. It's just. Yeah. It doesn't feel very Scream. So yeah, I get your distaste for this. You seem quite fired up about it, which I respect.
Yeah, it upsets me still because it's like none of everything. Like obviously, it gets addressed later. Randy says the killer seems supernatural. In this one, which will come into play physically. But during the reveal scene, the killer who ends up getting revealed later, kind of alludes to the fact that he knows that she's having these nightmares. Which, how? Like, there's like a little bit of like, I mean, fair play. You could assume that she's having trauma, but like, he was pretty specific with what he imagined she was going through. So it just, a lot of it bothers me. But also I don't like getting like supernatural horror is not necessarily my genre, especially when you're mixing it in with slasher stuff. Like the Rob Zombie, Michael Myers, which you haven't seen one of the Halloweens. There's one point he's like a supernatural presence, and then he rides a white horse, which is symbolic. But like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's I'm actually with you on that, and I can do it if that's the tone throughout.
Yeah.
There is a lot of, if we're being honest, a lot of kind of roughness around the edges of this one, in the sense that a lot of the middle work, the kind of groundwork or the middle ground, is kind of ignored, right? In the name of like, we want to just do this thing, so let's just do it. Yeah. So I don't know. It is actually, in a strange way, it makes the second one seem a lot tighter by comparison, doesn't it? Because it.
Right. Yeah.
There are elements in this film where it just feels like the thought process was extensive as we just want to do it, and that's that. And this is a good example of that, I think.
Right. Very fair point. And like Jumanji Hunter in the chat, been very active. We appreciate you for sticking it out so far. Said Ghostface wore the bloody sheet that she was seeing in her nightmares, and that was very stupid. Kind of what I was alluding to there. Like, how the fuck would he know that that's what she was seeing?
Right.
But again, we're also watching a slasher horror movie. Especially this one, best we not take it that serious. Which is unfortunate because you can. The first one holds up enough, like where you can take a lot of it serious and you don't have to question stuff like this. Now we transition while searching for Roman in his office. Sarah Darling, who is playing Candy in Stab 3. Breaks one of the trophies in his office as she's fiddling around with it. Roman then calls wrote Sid here. He does not call Sid. He calls Sarah, and tells her that he's running late. And then they begin to immediately red flag here. Begin to role play like her death scene in the play or in the movie. Roman goes off script, calling her Sarah rather than Candy. Sarah doesn't like this. Obviously, she's like, "Hey, Roman, you're going off script." And then he metaphorically rips off the mask and uses his ghost face voice. She obviously, in fear, takes off running, goes into a costume closet. I do like what they did with this, or at least the set piece of it. The closet she runs into has like 25 ghost face costumes lined up. It's like when you go to a haunted house and they have like the room where there's like a bunch of mannequins. You don't know which one's real. Obviously, you can see what's coming here. One of them is actually Ghostface and stabs and kills poor Sarah.
Yes, who does have, admittedly, one of my favorite lines in which the shower scene and she goes, "Yes, vertigo." Which every time I pop for, I know it's stupid. I know it shouldn't be funny. I find it to be very funny, and I always will. So that, that's one thing I'll always remember her for. There you go.
Right, that's good. Leaves a lasting memory. You can't say that for every character.
Yeah.
Dew and Gail go out to eat now. You would say a date, but clearly that's not what this is anymore because Dewey is possibly, they kind of infer that he's with Jennifer Jolie. I don't believe they outright stated it, but I could be misremembering. We are 3 hours and 11 minutes deep. Where Dewey reveals that someone tried to access Sid's file in Woodsboro, and they were from the screen or the stab cast. So he believes that they're looking for her for a reason, and it's likely the killer. Dewey then gets a call from Jennifer and shows up to Jennifer's house where she is crashing out because the killer is killing people in order of how they die in the script. So then Detective Kincaid, Gail, and Dewey then arrive at the scene of Sarah's murder. At this point, we also met the security guard. Wasn't a big fan of the character, so I just kind of left them out of this whole thing. Do you have any thoughts on him, just overarching?
He says "dewdrop," which is funny. It's funny to you, I, and people in the chat.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. They arrive at the scene of where Sarah was murdered. Detective Kincaid reveals that there are actually 3 versions of the script. I like this. Which plays into the second one where they leaked multiple.
Right.
Which I think even Sarah had a line about how many rewrites there were when she was on the phone. So a lot of that.
Again, there are some cute ideas here, right? Like that.
Right.
The movie elements are interesting. I think it's a shame they're not more of a feature. I'd say.
Yeah. Which, we'll get to that shortly here about how underutilized I think the set is in general. Indicating that, 3 people could be next. Detective Kincaid approaches Roman and alerts him that multiple people said that he is the last one to have spoken to her before her death, which Roman vehemently denies. I thought this was interesting. Wasn't terribly performed. You could see Roman's motivation for even wanting to do this. Because he could have easily used another voice, but this kind of takes the heat off of him and starts to tell, or let people know that the voice changer thing can create doubt, per se.
Probably one of the leading examples of like this actually, in this film, actually does become more interesting in hindsight, which I think there aren't many I would cite that way in the third film. I would say this is one of them. I agree with you. That is interesting, yes.
So then Sydney, still working her job as a crisis counselor, receives a call to her home line this time. This obviously alarms her, and I believe, I could be mistaken, I think, she even confirms that it was her mother's voice, which, interesting how the killer would have that. Again, technology. This is a dead woman. He's got the voice, but that's fine. The voice then transitions to Ghostface. So Sid's aware that shit's about to hit the fan. And I'll say I appreciated this, per se. Obviously, I wish the voice changer thing wasn't in there. It gives motivation for why Sid would show up when she does. Because she's aware of what's happening now.
Yeah, this may be the biggest leap, though, in terms of the voice element that we've discussed.
Oh, yes.
No, you don't want to beat it, but like, yeah, this is it's like Jesus, man. This,
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like it's such an easy way to solve problems of writing. Like, well, they just does the voice. It's like, yeah, all right, I guess.
Right. Yeah, like we've already said numerous times, probably not our favorite choice they made.
Yeah.
Did we find out how Ghostface got her number? Oh, good question. Do you know the answer off the top of your head?
I do not. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I've always been so mad about the voice change. I'd never even.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
We don't. So maybe there's a plot hole you pointed out. Maybe we're just great big fucking idiots and don't remember.
Maybe both.
Probably both. Probably more likely. We then go to a cast party. It's a big kind of set piece that's going on here. Gail tells Dewey that the most recent picture Maureen left was when she was age 19. This is a period of time that no one has accounted for Maureen, where they don't know where she was, or what she was doing. Which, how do you feel about that?
About that's or more the idea of the way they use this to kind of change history and
the rewrite.
Yeah. Oh, I lost Riceman. This could be me. It could be Riceman. But either way, I'm always hesitant when it comes to. There we go. He's back. I'm always hesitant when it comes to changing the original, law, so to speak. And I understand the appeal, but I know they kind of give themselves. They almost excuse themselves by using Randy's explanation of like, everything you knew about the first one is now changed. It could be a crutch though, in that way, right? And I think it's the classic sequel challenge of do you constantly rely on the original text and use that as like your law and add to it, or do you try and move into a new direction? I don't love it, I'll be honest with you. I think, while I understand, considering it was supposed to be the actual last film, which LOL, I do understand the idea that you don't want the third piece of a trilogy to be like unattached to the original. Yeah. I think this goes to such lengths to shape and change history that it's you almost roll your eyes, if I'm honest. Right. I'm sorry to say that, but it's so much. You almost have this all dumped on you. It's just a lot. So that'd be my personal take. What do you think?
I'm right, and we're in the same boat, and hopefully we're not drowning. Hopefully our boat is keeping afloat, because it's it's quite it's just unearned, I would say, in which I kind of have that issue. That's why, again, going back to Contrary and Alex's favorite film, like I think was it Halloween Ends actually, where it's just an unearned ending where they introduce a new character like 40 minutes before that character becomes the biggest character in the movie. It's just, I don't like the approach. And it's kind of like a sin to rewrite the original movie, especially a beloved film, which this is a bad example of it. I do believe later on there is somewhat of a better version of it, while not perfect, with the character motivation at the end.
Yeah, I agree. I think, that's a fair point. I agree with that,
Right. Okay. So, Dewey recognizes the background of the photo because I believe he was just talking to Jennifer, and she took a still at the same point. And he recognized it as the backlot of Sunrise Studios. So we now know Maureen was at least there for some reason. Still at the cast party, the security guard, he did get a mention, gets murked by Ghostface in Dewey's trailer, which, interesting. And then I do like there's something interesting here. I don't like how it ends per se, but all five of them begin freaking out as they see the security guard in awful shape. They then run inside, then run outside, run back inside, just in a complete panic. This is when I was like, if I was in this situation, I'd probably do the same shit. Just take off running, don't know where you're going, just freaking out. I do like the faxing over the new script here, because the whole idea was the killers basing it on a script. They thought they had it figured out who would be next or who could be next, but now it's a new script. So unfortunately, you don't know. Which I like.
I think that's cute. I'm with you. I mean, it goes.
Yeah.
What that leads to in terms of the action is a little, is a lot, I think, and you kind of have to. But I do like the idea. I'm with you.
Right. So as we say, they run outside. Tom, I did give him a note here. His name was Tom, who was playing Dewey in Stab 3. Runs back inside because he has to know the ending of the script. And frankly, he can't read it. He can't read it, Joe. And the only way he can read is if he pulls his lighter out and illuminate the thing. But unfortunately, when he does so, it says the person who dies is the one to smell the gas, and just instant combustion. The whole house explodes. We got a little bit of a budget in this film. Wanted to do something interesting, I guess. But that was certainly interesting to say.
Again, another example of this is a thing we want to do.
Right.
Because the idea, I mean, imagine this dude. I mean, there's so many elements to this that I question, but the smell, could you imagine? Good God.
The gas leak, you would absolutely know it. Yeah. Good Lord, dude. I don't know. And well, I will say, at least on the bright side, this was somewhat cathartic because a couple minutes before this, you realize Tom's a piece of shit. He gets mad because the character playing Sydney, I can't remember her name, Angela?
Yeah. Sure.
Sounds right. He's upset with her, saying she stomped over a lot of other girls to get the part. Jennifer Jolie obviously rightly points out, oh, so she turned you down when you tried to sleep with her. And he goes, that has nothing to do with it. So, I mean, they at least give you catharsis.
And I think, and I know there's more on this later, so I apologize, but I do think this is a good chance to speak on an element to this film that is genuinely interesting, right? In terms of the culture in Hollywood and the way that there is a line in the film of like, there are plenty of awful people doing good in Hollywood, or something that's that effect.
Yeah. That's on the nose. Yeah.
That element of the film is actually by far the most interesting in hindsight.
Yeah.
Especially
coupled with
exactly
a certain executive producer on the film.
Exactly. Yeah. And I don't know. I honestly don't know a ton about how far that goes and how I mean, obviously it was intentional, but I mean how intentional it was in direct relation to him. I don't know. I have no idea.
Exactly.
But that element has made this. I've seen people in recent years revert on this because of that element, because they do appreciate that, and I definitely get it. And there is some. I mean, they're pretty direct with those shots, so we should note that, because that's definitely something that I think that's interesting about this film for sure. For sure.
Yeah. Did I freeze up a little bit there?
I don't think I did, probably. You were fine with me, so I think I did. Can you hear me? This could be me.
I can now. No, I think it's me. I think my Mac is probably struggling with all the stuff going on here with the animation.
I'll check, but carry on, brother.
All right. I reckon you're good. It's probably me. Let's see. Getting back to where we were. Yeah, the house ignites on fire. Everyone stumbles down the hill at this point in a hilarious fashion. We want to do some stunt work, so they roll down the hills. The killer approaches behind Gail here. No issues, Joe. So yeah, it's likely probably me.
It's just weird because you were fine for me. StreamYard's really weird, man. It is a strange beast. Strange beast.
Yeah. Now I see it. I always remember you saying it. Now I can see it firsthand. Yeah.
It's weird.
It's quite unfortunate. The killer approaches behind Gail. Dewey shoots them several times, effectively saving Gail's life. However, the killer rolls away and escapes, but leaves a photograph as he's rolling away that says, "I killed her," on the back of a Maureen Prescott picture. Kind of interesting, where we get the supernatural, at least at this point. He looks supernatural. We find out why the shots don't have any effect later on, which I do appreciate. But interesting, you know? Dewey almost did something right. He attempted to do something right, which he will eventually learn that lesson when Sid fucking tells him what he needs to do at the very end. But yeah, I could appreciate like how this part was handled. Interesting motive here. We get I killed her. I rolled my eyes originally when that happened because this is a path we've already trotted down with the Billy Loomis thing. And again, this one we were kind of mentioning about rewriting it maybe in a less, this is like rewrites the original idea in a less egregious manner. because he didn't directly. They're not saying I was actually under the mask as well. That probably would have pissed people off. I was a third scream. You just didn't see me. It's more so, as we'll see later on, he influenced some people, and that's how it got that way. So
which I think, still very, very polarizing. But to your point, it's definitely a step, a little bit less so.
It's a baby step compared to taking a leap over the Grand Canyon. So back at the station, my notes are starting to get to the ending point here. Back at the station, Detective Kincaid threatens to charge Dewey with obstruction if he doesn't provide Sydney's contact information. Luckily, Dewey doesn't have to do this because in walks Sydney Prescott. She asked to be taken to the back lot where those pictures of her mother were taken. It's here when we meet one of my favorite characters introduced for the 2 minutes that she's here, Martha Meeks, Randy's sister, which is clearly like we had to write this wrong 2 ways. One, just put a female version of Randy, however connection we could draw it. Let's just put it in there so we can have a Randy-esque character. And then also to introduce a video that Randy recorded if he died, which I thought was cute. It was a good way to get him involved without rewriting his death and being like he didn't actually die.
And it certainly, if you're a Randy fan, this certainly delivers, doesn't it? I mean,
absolutely.
Just ticks, plays all the hits, ticks all the boxes.
Right.
I've always enjoyed this part, yeah.
Right. And like he's done in every one of these movies thus far, he gives them the rundown on essentially how trilogies go and how to beat them, per se. So that's, my roundup to that point. I assume now, correct me if I'm wrong, is the next scene when we go to the party, correct?
Yes.
At Milton's house? Or is it, or do we meet, or do they confront Milton first? They probably confront him before they go.
I think they confront him before they go.
That would make sense.
I do not have extensive notes like you, but I believe so.
If not, we're going to rewrite the order of the movie here, fellas. Y'all just strap in and enjoy. This movie had a bunch of rewrites, so we're going to give it one last one on the way out here. We see Roman in Milton's office. This is, actually, we even missed, or I missed, rather. Shouldn't put the blame on you. When Jennifer Jolie and Gail Weathers go to the archives, and this is when Jennifer pulls a Gail move. She has the ID. This one we meet Carrie Fisher,
we certainly
who is not the only unfortunate cameo. We have a Jay and Silent Bob cameo at one point earlier.
Fascinating.
Allegedly plays into their film where they were on set for Scream 4 in one of their movies. I haven't seen it personally. Read that today doing research. People were still upset because they were on set of Stab 3 and Scream 3. But in their movie, it was Scream 4. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah,
Jesus.
Got real in the weeds.
Jesus, that sounds real troublesome. That sounds like a Reddit thread to me, bro. That sounds dangerous.
It was, I was in some waters I shouldn't have been in. Yeah. So there were some interesting cameos, like we say. With I will say it was cute. Gail offers $50, for information. Unfortunately, that doesn't do it. And Jennifer Jolie rips off a likely expensive ring in exchange for information. It kind of patronizes Gail, being like the real Gail Weathers would spend a little more. Did that pick up?
Yeah.
Bless your heart, buddy. All right. He's choking on air over there, but he seems fine.
Good.
So, right. So we make it. We go to Tom or Milton's office, excuse me, and he's in there with Roman Bridger. Roman upset that he was not arrested necessarily, but detained under suspicion. His anger quickly gets eroded when Milton tells him, well, actually, plenty of people, like you say, allude to the line that you so eloquently delivered, which has multiple meanings. And we're going to see even more so they go head on here with this when they bring up that Maureen Prescott was actually a former actress there under a different stage name. And what happened to her while she was there. deeply troublesome stuff that we know happens and has happened in Hollywood, specifically with executive producers for Miramax and for this film in particular, which is why, like Joe pointed out earlier, without going deeper into these waters, which is why some people in retrospect can appreciate what this film could have been directly pointing at and calling out.
Right. Yeah. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild,
Absolutely,
really.
yeah.
Because it is not.
It's
This is not
jarring.
an element. Yeah, this is not an element of the film that's like an Easter egg. Like it's actually just like the film. This is directly what the film's. So it's pretty wild. Yes. The the only thing with this scene is like this is one of Roman's like big scenes before.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like the most forgettable thing about this scene, dude.
Right. Very, very just in the background. And you can't get away with that if it's the trilogy. He needs to be.
He has this scene. He has the scene where he thinks he's going to be next because he doesn't think, but he's pretending he thinks he's going to be next. There's very few, and that becomes an issue as we get to the end. But
right.
Yeah, we carry on where we were, brother.
All right. So now we're in the home stretch here, everybody. Just keep on riding along with us here. We go to Milton's house and we're celebrating Roman's birthday. Very cute. Not necessarily in your face, but it's interesting. I like that they put that little detail in because we're going to address his birth specifically here shortly. Here we have, we split off in this little groups. We have Roman, and I want to say, who splits off of Roman at this point? Is it?
It is. Oh Jesus! Because this is when they find his body, right? His body,
right? I want to say it's Jennifer, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, because Angelina, that sounds like the Sidney Prescott actress. She goes off with the character playing Randy. Yeah, we're really struggling here at the end,
yeah, because these characters are like
they're so forgettable. It's like
they are, yeah.
I didn't
and we also
down a lot of
we're pretty deep in the ball game here. We're trying our best, folks. We're trying.
Yeah. So essentially, Roman and Jennifer, we presume is who we're speaking of, goes down to the basement, and he goes down alone. She's at the top of the stairs. She hears him. He gets freaked out by something, gets startled. We will later find him in a casket, presumably dead. But in Scream, we know they're not dead till we really know they're dead. And she decides to hide, which will come into effect later. But the main chase sequence up here, we'll get to. Let's see. Let me get to my notes. We have a little interaction.
Right? Carry on. What you gonna say, man? Go for it.
We do. The Randy actor gets brutally murdered. We have a couple chase scenes. Angelina disappears for a good bit. She eventually gets taken out. I'm not going to do these in order because obviously, who fucking cares at this point? She got taken out. The Randy character gets taken out. What brought them there in the first place, I should have noted at the beginning. They receive a call from what they believe to be Sid. Here's the voice changer going into effect. It's not Sid, clearly. They find that out somewhat quickly as they start snooping around in the closet because they try to call. They star 69 the phone number to give it a call back, and they locate the voice changer, the mask, and etc. and just an insane scene. They're like, "What is this?" And they
the way it's
out.
Like stashed away. It's just, I've always found it to be like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it felt like they were in the home stretch too, and they were like, "Fuck it, just lay it there. We'll see what it looks like. Try to edit it up later, make it look better," which they just didn't do. Sydney eventually shows up. That's when stuff gets real. After mainly everybody else is taken out, the only two people left. Or Sydney does get a phone call telling her to come per se, and we know it's the killer this time. And we know that Dewey and Gail are in trouble. And we know they're in trouble because we can hear them in the background. That sounded like hostages, which they actually are. And this is when I think he refers to Gail as friends here. And I gave myself a little eye roll because I get why Sydney's shown that she's going to save people if she can, especially Dewey. But I don't see why she wouldn't try to save Gail. Gail saved her, but referred to some as friends, a bit of a stretch. Not the biggest stretch in this movie, as we've already noted. She gets there. We find the actor playing Randy on the ground next to a metal detector. Keep in mind, I guess I should have rewinded. There's a couple notes here I missed. While she was in Detective Kincaid's office, I missed that entire scene when she was on set. But like we said, fellas, we're 3:35 in. But yeah, I guess there was some cute stuff there if we want to kind of talk about that briefly. This is prior to all the big set pieces here at the house. Sydney is on set. Well, she's originally following Angelina, who goes into the house. And when that happens, unfortunately, Ghostface, they kind of recreate the first chase scene of Sydney,
which is
in the first movie.
Awesome. Yeah, that's
Using
tremendous.
Yeah.
I wish they used the set more, and that is very, very well done. And the fact that it recreates, but also obviously it's a different thing because it's a set, like and the door opening, and that's really good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and then even some of the details, like when she's walking up to it outside and the garage door's open, there's already blood on the kitty door from where Tatum would have been. They got the boat, like they did a really good job like recreating it just for this movie. And there's a lot of cute details in it. And you could feel the impact when Sid is there because Neve Campbell's an incredible actress. Like, you could feel the weight of seeing all these things again, which could lead to some of her delusions, which is when we were speaking about earlier with Ghostface and knowing about her, visions, because she does have a vision when she goes in the house. They have it set up for her mother's murder, and her mother miraculously rises underneath the the coroner sheet, and then turns into Ghostface, which we don't know if it's real. We believe it was actually Ghostface involved. How much of it was Ghostface, how much of it was, her vision of her mother. It could be up to interpretation. I like that they didn't go too far into assuming she's crazy. They could have definitely took that approach and just not believed her.
Oh, Jesus. Don't give them ideas.
It would have been even worse film, right?
There's more films ahead. Don't give them ideas.
Right. So they said Detective Kincaid kind of does it because she goes, like being in Woodsboro. He was there. He was in Woodsboro. She's like, Sydney, that's not Woodsboro. And it's like, all right, brother. Okay. And then that's when we have the wonderful scene of them two in the office, in his office. And they kind of have where he does a full speech. Again, little man. They do a little speech where he is screaming to you that he is the killer. Yes. In fact, she also opens a file that he has on her desk, or he has on his desk that she opens, that has like obsessive behavior about her and her story, obviously leading you to believe that he is likely the killer because you saw Roman die previously. So he's in the back of your head if you're watching this for the first time. So I thought all that was cute. We also get a shot while this is where she gets the phone call to go show up. She grabs his pistol from the drawer, which will become important later. And in the shot here, as she's looking up on the phone, you see it's somewhat center frame, but it's not necessarily emphasized the bulletproof vest that's hanging up, which eventually will come into a play shortly.
Yes, there are some nice touches. And as you was getting to earlier, the detector and like that being immediately taken out of the game there's some good stuff here, definitely.
Because even on rewatch, I had forgot that she stored a second gun, which we're about to get to. She does the metal detector on her first leg. Nothing goes off. She obviously knows that she has it on her second leg, and she knows that he's going to ask, but obviously not drawing attention to it originally. That's a good call. It goes off. He immediately gets angry at this idea, or she, sorry, not to give away the game yet. Could be a she on the other side, which I will say, I do appreciate. Anytime Neve has said it, or Sydney in this movie, she always has said he, she, or them. She never direct. Everyone else, like Dewey, everybody else in the movie is saying he as in representation of the killer, but she's learned. Only person who has. But
Yeah.
again, contributing to how badass she is, not just physically but mentally, she is locked in at all times.
Yeah. I think at this point she kind of has to. Right? She's seen it all
Right.
now, bro.
Right.
She's seen it all.
Yeah, very tragic. Everything's always going wrong in poor Sydney's
Mm-hmm.
life. But yeah, we go back to the party. She, like we said, she goes to the metal detector. She's angry. She removes the gun, and then as she's on the phone, she goes, "Where's Dewey and Gail?" She sees them through the door, and hilarious framing the way that they appeared through the door, where it was set up perfect. She comes running in. Here's another one of those instances. As she removes the tape from Dewey's mouth, where is he? Immediately, or Dewey goes,
Mm-hmm.
"I don't know," and immediately he's there. Very interesting.
Or do we?
Yeah, he gave it the old college try. They have a bit of a standoff here. She shoots, I believe, him multiple times here,
Yeah. That's when
and
he moves, right?
right,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he hits the ground. He's laid out. She then proceeds. She turns her head, if you do that on Ghostface, he will immediately disappear. We've learned that. Gail learned that in the last movie when trapped in the sound studio. He's gone as she tries to untie them. She gets enough of it done where they can eventually free themselves. And set piece point, we're gonna eventually she does end up getting chased again. I don't remember how this necessarily starts, but I know she ends up finding the secret passage that we have heard about. She does it through the bookshelf by pulling a book that opens, or she pulls every book and then realizes one of them has to be the lever. She pulls that, ends up going down there. At some point, while Dewey and Gail are up there, as Jumanji Hunter pointed out, a very hilarious scene where he takes down Gail, and then he does it. Well, Gail's down, locked in the basement with Ghostface. Ghostface gets knocked out on the stairs, seemingly. Gail calls Dewey for help. Dewey rightfully questions, "Is this actually Gail?" and hesitates. And then he starts to hear commotion, so he opens the door. Gail is like downed at this point, and Ghostface sees Dewey at the top of the stairs, decides, "Well, let's just throw the damn thing."
One of the funniest fucking things ever, dude. I can visualize it. Just you saying it, I can see it in my head. It's fucking awesome.
It would only have been better if they did a doink sound as it hits his forehead.
Yeah.
The butt of the knife. Thank God, Dewey. He saves the day, and yeah, as pointed out, Jumanji Hunter on fire for Scream 3 here. We appreciate it. Yeah, Detective Dreamy does show up at some point here and save the day. But he does get taken out. That's correct. He gets, he takes a couple stabs, I believe, where he got shot. But he's on the ground, and when they eventually go to try to save Sid, they take his weapon, and he says, originally he's like, Dewey said, "We need to put pressure on it." He said, "Go kill the motherfucker." And they proceed to attempt to do that. Sid is now stuck down into the secret screening room where we eventually find out from the killer that the devious acts that happened to his mother all happened there, which is quite unfortunate. The killer arrives in the same body bag coroner sheet from before, and then does one of the Sting remove your mask. Here, I'm still Sting gimmicks here. Removes the sheet, still in full Ghostface garb. Starts giving Sid the rundown. The motive here, I will say, is pretty strong for him. Just how you get there is the issue.
That's exactly it. It makes sense. It's just it feels like you're doing a lot of legwork to get there, unfortunately.
Right. So yeah, we found out that Sid's mother had another child when she was put through these unfortunate circumstances. And that child being Sid's half brother, Roman, who reveals himself as the Ghostface killer for this film. Now it's a tough one. all the reasons clearly listed, like, but I will say, like you say, they weren't just hiding it as an Easter egg. It was a part of the actual core of the story. It was the motive of the killer. The whole killer
Mhm.
is spawned from these unfortunate things that do go on in Hollywood. So it's very, very interesting.
It is. It's an element that I think becomes more interesting with each passing year, to be honest with you. And
Absolutely.
yeah, I don't know. It's there's. I'll say this. I think Scream 3 is. I don't think it's as good as Scream 2
Yeah.
by any means, and I think it has a lot of flaws. But I do think it has genuinely interesting ideas, and I think a lot of it is execution that fails it. And
Absolutely.
it's so much so that I would go as far as say, like, in terms of identity, it does feel more different from the first and the second one. But again, not all of that is positive. This element is definitely one that's like you kind of you will remember that for sure. So
Yeah.
a mixed bag, I think it's fair to say here, definitely.
Right. That's you nailed hit the nail on the head there. I am struggling here. You definitely saved me there. You pulled me from the pit as I got stuck on a very complicated issue. I think you
Dude,
navigated it rather perfectly.
you're talking about like me 4 hours in, dude. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
This is almost like LNG
Yeah,
mothership. Yeah, this is
we used to do this
big
shit every
business.
week, dude. I don't know why we were doing that. It's strange.
Right.
No idea, no clue why.
Yeah. So yeah, we get our final fight scene, which I thought the choreography here was
Yeah.
pretty well done. The action was pretty beastly. You see Sid in full badass form here. She gets the upper hand. Um, they they both end up shooting each other at some point. We think Sid is completely taken out when she gets shot here. This is like very dramatic. The way I'm saying it doesn't seem so because of the way I'm just reading it, but she essentially gets the upper hand and she steals his knife and she goes, "Look what I have." Roman goes, "Well, unfortunately, I have something too." Pulls out the gun and shoots Sid in the abdomen area. She hits the ground, and on first watch, you're like, "This is it." That's
Mhm.
crazy. They ended it with the killing of
Right.
Sidney Prescott, which would be believable if you didn't know, coming in that there's 4 through 7 still to go.
Right. But Randy did tell us, right? Anyone can die. So
Right.
yeah.
Right. He set it up pretty well, or they set it
Yeah.
up rather. He didn't actually write his own script.
Well,
Fun little behind the curtain for you. So yeah, like you say, he then delivers one more for good measure, which seemed kind of high. I thought like
mhm.
on rewatch again, it looks like a neck shot damn near, but clearly it still only hits Sid in the upper chest area, which he then he hears Gail and Dewey outside the door, who have been trying to get in here for 25 minutes approximately, enough to get the full rundown. They finally made their way to the door. They're about to get in, um, and Roman gets distracted because he hears them. He then turns around, and in a classic Ghostface move, now Sydney's gone, which again very cute. I love when
Yeah.
Sydney embodies the essence of Ghostface, akin to how she did in the first one.
Yes. Well, I think it's impressive considering how underdeveloped the Roman element, a lot of this is, to be honest, and how
Right.
little we see Sid before the second half. It is impressive how satisfying this is, and it speaks to how much we care about Sydney, right? So I'll
Absolutely.
definitely say that, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, as we see the next time we see Sydney, we see her hand reaching up, grabbing an ice pick, which we see Roman. He tries to douse Sydney, and unfortunately, she beats him to the punch, or fortunately, depending. um,
Unless you're that letterboxd reviewer, unfortunately, yeah.
right. She beats him to the punch, and she calls him first. He answers, and it freaks out essentially. And as he does so, Sydney sneaks up behind him, gives him a couple ice picks to the back, and down goes Roman. Dewey and Gail get in at some point during this, but the main stuff is done. He's taken out. They're having their, Roman. They're freaked out. Gail's surprised. they explain, or Sydney explains kind of that that's her brother. I believe as he's dying here, they have an interesting scene. I'm interested how you read it. As he's dying there, Sid, like he reaches his hand out to Sydney and she grasps it, and they kind of hold it as he passes somewhat. Do you read anything into that, or do you just?
I think that's an example of their kind of reaching for a level of importance and gravity that we didn't really, to me anyway. I mean,
that would make sense.
I don't know what percentage of the audience was like deeply invested in sort of, the person, the potential, I should say, dynamic between these two people.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe it's different for you. I never felt anything towards that. I just wanted Sydney to kill the guy.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't feel anything. I kind of was like, I literally had an eyebrow raised to like, well, that's an interesting choice. I don't know what it represents, but as you explained, that makes sense for what they were possibly trying to accomplish and hope that it would accomplish in a short time.
Yeah,
which I don't know if it landed. I know it didn't for me, but like you said, it could have for other people. Dewey and Gail, like we say, make it in at this point, and Sydney remembers that they always come back for one more, and this one in a very hilarious, I must say, I chuckle every time here because the commotion during this event. Roman obviously stands back up, and as he charges, Dewey unloads probably 11 of his 12 bullets into his chest. And Roman's still proceeding forward, and he's screaming, "Please fucking kill me. Fucking kill me, please." Dewey does not get the point. And Sid has repeatedly says like 4 or 5 times, "In the head, Dewey, in the head," which Dewey becomes Dwight once again, shoots him in the head, comes full circle, and Roman is dead. The next time we see Dewey and Gail, they are on Sydney's front porch. I thought this was a very nice conclusion for them. They've repeatedly talked about how it wouldn't work between them. And I find it beautiful, at least, if that's not too corny to say, how Dewey says, we both know it won't work, but let's prove each other wrong. I thought that was very nice.
That's cute. Yeah. This whole deal is cute. It's a nice ending, but obviously we know it is not.
Yeah, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately, again, if you like Scream 6 and think Scream 2 copied it, you might be excited to continue.
I mean, we're both for Scream 4, so it's just, it's give and take, right? You have to sacrifice these things,
And one last conclusion, of course, for Sydney. A lot of open doors she leaves. Earlier, when she comes to the gate with her dog, she's very, closed off. Goes through the side gate. This time she goes to the main gate, leaves it open, comes in the front door, doesn't set the security alarm, which she hesitates over to make sure you got it, which I appreciate. And then the door creaks open. Now here's where I like how they end it. Detective Kincaid, Dr. Dreamy, or Detective Dreamy shows up, and they watch a movie per se. Sid's like, "What movie?" If this was a movie made today, the ending 100% would have been they're watching Stab, and they get a phone call, and it would either end on the phone call, or she would pick it up and it goes, "Hello, Sydney," and they would cut the credits. Luckily, we don't have that. The finality here was supposed to be final, and it was for a little bit. But essentially, we've made it. We've chucked through. That's Scream 3.
Indeed, and I'm with you. I like the ending also. I mean, it's more symbolic than, because literally you probably should close the doors. Really, I mean, it's
right.
Yeah, I mean, she's there's films about her and stuff. She's probably closed the doors, but generally speaking, symbolically, it's a nice sentiment that she feels comfortable and no longer will live in fear. It does, obviously, again, it's kind of, you look at it differently now, but I do like the ending, and I do. Look, we kick the shit out of this film. I still have fun with it. It's ridiculous and silly, but I can have fun with ridiculous and silly, even if I have to kind of roll my eyes a time or 12 along the way. But it's still fun, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's knowingly camp, which is not necessarily an endorsement or a negative I'm putting on it. Yeah, appreciate that, Novi. We were struggling in the middle. Definitely a testament or a test of my cardio there in the middle. But Joe, he lowered the treadmill strength. I went down from going at 10 speed to 1, cut the incline down, and we made it through.
Quite the effort, brother. I mean, I know you've done the guest spot in Novi, and you were on the tier list, but this is like, first match, and you're in the main event going an hour. I mean, you fucking put it in, dude. I respect it. I could not read that many notes consecutively, so I respect it.
Yeah, I was proud of myself that I actually didn't mess up as much as I could have. You heard the disclaimer that Miss Riceman recorded at the beginning. I originally attempted it prior to her doing so, and oh, brother, if you thought there was some mess ups there. But, so that's Scream 3. We basically nailed all of those, and there's only one thing left to do before we head out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you made it here to the end, we got one more edition, baby. Action. All right, good brother. You ready? Are you locked in for this one?
This means a lot. Yeah, this means a lot.
All right. Now this one we have. I believe you can go 6 for 6 here.
Wow. That's after spending 4 hours with me, that's really bold. I appreciate it. I don't believe you, but I appreciate it. Okay, let's go.
All right, we'll start. This is a real film. So tonally here, we can't pick up if they mean like this is real.
See, yeah, because it could be, now this is a real film right here, or it could be, can you believe this is a real film?
Right.
To be honest, after watching it and talking about it, the length we've talked about, I believe this is a 1-star review because that's the only version of this phrase I can see here. 1 star.
Oh my God. 1 for 1. Can he do it?
Here we go, folks.
Still better than Scream 4, which.
Okay.
Sentiment aside.
It can't be 5 because still implies negativity. It's got to be 1 star.
That's your final answer?
That's my final answer. It's 5. If it's 5, it can't be still.
It's still better. Yeah.
It would just be. I mean, honestly, you should say something. But what does that mean? Scream 4 is a 4.5. Like
it's got to be.
If I was to say you something really sucked, but it was still better, then it would.
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah, there's a lot of reviews don't match the star rating.
I'm telling you, dude, as you do these more and more of these, I need to know what score everyone's getting on these. This is it's a challenging game. Challenging game.
Right. All right. Quote. Roman is the whiniest little bitch who ever lived, quite possibly.
Quite possibly.
It's so definitive at first, and then they kind of like get passive at the end. They're like, well, maybe. It could be someone else.
Man. That could mean anything for their view of the film.
Yeah.
I'm going to be daring and bold. The way I read this is someone who's whimsical. This is someone who's just having fun. They're not taking ratings seriously. They're just praying stuff from level. I'm going to go 5. Fuck it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. It's a whimsical person. Someone who's just on there for the vibes,
Right. I like it. You're figuring it out now.
Yeah, maybe.
At least that type of character, that type of reviewer, them. All right. Again, let's reference another Scream movie here. Quote, this movie has its problems, but I still enjoy it a lot. Excited to see Scream 7, even if it is very, very far away.
Okay. See, again, that isn't a 1 or 5, is it? I mean, if we're just reading it at face value, that's just clearly not. If it has problems, why would it be a 5-star film? But if you enjoyed it, it shouldn't be a 1-star film. I'm going to say this is someone who's a little bit loose with their ratings, and even though it's got a lot of problems, they have an attachment to it, and now giving this 5 stars.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing the damn thing, Joe.
I'm trying my best, dude. I'm trying my best.
All right, we got 2 more for you.
Okay.
They toned everything down and added more comedic humor. Plot-wise, it was a nice end for the trilogy. Wouldn't want to watch this again.
I'm sorry. There's no way you're giving a film 5 and closing with wouldn't want to watch this again. It's got to be 1. I'm sorry, it has to be 1.
Oh, brother.
I'm,
Now this one.
I'm happy with this so far. I've got a good score. Am I 4-1?
Yeah.
4-1 on this level?
Yeah. This is the best score we've seen
Here we
yet.
go.
Granted,
Okay.
you've been in both the other rounds, so you're comparing against yourself, but you are on fire. All right. The finale of Letterboxd reviews.
Yep.
For Scream 3.
Okay.
Quote, David Arquette became the WCW World Heavyweight Champion the same year.
What's great about that is that could even be layered because some wrestling fans fucking hate David Arquette. I like David Arquette.
Right.
And I like WCW. And as much as I resent those two things being married at one point, I think this is a guy who enjoys himself, has fun, and just wanted to give a little bit of trivia to accompany his positive 5-star review. That's what I think, Riceman. 5 stars.
5 stars. Well,
Jesus.
Unfortunately, that
was it Meltzer?
I was just about
Meltzer.
to say it was Meltzer. Yeah, we found Meltzer's letterbox, unfortunately. But 4 and 2 is not anything to shift your eyes at. That's solid.
Yeah, I can deal with that. I mean, I wish Dave Meltzer did have a letterbox. Can you imagine the fun we'd have with that?
Oh, brother.
I would pay a lot of money.
They had at least at some point they had Dynamite pay-per-views on there too, or like AEW pay-per-views. What's the point of that?
Heinous. Do you remember when there was that wrestling app that was just letterbox with it was?
Just
a direct copy and
right.
It was a copy and paste, dare I say?
Yeah. Literally.
All right, 4. I can live with that. I'm disappointed in that last one. To me, people like David Arquette now. You know, we've come around to the idea.
I like him, and it, he wasn't back there being Hogan. It wasn't his idea to win the title.
Right. I think most wrestling fans now see him as like a sympathetic figure. So
yeah.
Yeah. Well.
And plus, when he came back, he did his little indie run. Yeah. Almost died.
Facts.
Pretty awesome.
Pretty beast. Yeah. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, so that's Scream. We're 4 hours in, so granted, if you don't want to speak about Scream 7, there's obviously issues with the film. Okay, we'll do a little bit of a speak about it. We've already kind of referenced 4 in relation to some of these other movies. So you guys kind of pick up our opinion. I assume you've rated all of these movies?
I have, yeah. I mean, just for loose, I think 4 is better than 3. I think 5 is probably the second worst in the franchise, but I think is assisted by how 6 kind of packed a punch. It felt like a nice setup in hindsight,
Right.
So 6 I was impressive, and then as you were getting to, this 7th thing has been an adventure.
A roller coaster. Yeah, adventure is a good word because we don't know where we're going still. Or at least a roller coaster, the ending. When you're going back to the station. On this adventure, baby, we might get lost out here. And considering where it started, with the 2 lead actresses no longer being a part of the film for pretty nefarious reasons, we'll just leave it at that. That already put a sour taste in my mouth. So it does feel like they've done a little bit of damage control. They're like, let's give you the people that that you will pop for, essentially, and try to cover up probably some of the stuff people aren't excited about. Yeah,
I don't think I was going to... I mean, the context, I don't think I was going to go to begin with because it just felt kind of...
Yeah.
It was pretty embarrassing look, to be honest, for the studio.
Absolutely.
And so I wasn't rushing to go. But I did always kind of have this awareness in my head of like, it's Scream is something I love. There's a chance I would, because of course, you know, it just is what it is, right? I mean, God, we're wrestling fans. Like, but
Right.
I have to be honest. I know their intention is to like pop me with all these leaks.
Mm-hmm.
It to me is coming off as super desperate, and I get the
Very
sense
cotton weary.
yeah, I think this is going to be a fucking mess. To be honest, that's my gut feeling. Like, I don't know shit about this topic. I'm just saying as a fan.
Yeah.
I get the sense this is going to be like an absolute, like an infamous piece of business, which I hope I'm wrong, because that would bum me out, because we just talked about maybe the worst Scream, and I still have a lot of fun with Scream 3. It would be sad if they went out there and just completely, you know, ruined that kind of track record. Although it wouldn't be unearned. They kind of deserve it for their handling this situation, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you definitely said that very articulately, way better than I could have addressed it without just calling the studio involved great big fucking idiots.
Yeah.
And not in a loving way. Not the way that we refer
idiot.
to each other. Yeah. And very disgusting business. Again, the franchise has had a lot of controversy, a lot of backstage is not the right word, but a lot of stuff in the background per se that's led to some of the issues that made it on screen and some that haven't necessarily yet. And we likely will see how some of them play out, like you say with Scream 7. But yeah, that's essentially the first 3 Screams. We made it. Everyone who's tagged along at some point, understand not making it to the end. And if you're watching this tomorrow, enjoy your work day. We made it to lunch probably by the time you get here. But I definitely appreciate you. Joe, big thanks for coming on. You didn't have to do this, and you spent 4 hours of your day doing it. I genuinely appreciate that. It means the world to me. And I hope at some point, maybe not, we probably won't structure it where we're having to do 3 films at a time, especially if we add more people. Imagine we just do all Halloweens with Alex as well.
I'll totally be back, dude. I'll be back, and we have some Scream films left to do. There's a few films we could definitely do. Maybe we'll even do some wrestling occasionally, maybe some wrestling films, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But I'll be back for sure. It's the least I could do here, joining you on this program. Anyone watching this has heard me probably say it, but your work on the Golden Grinnies made that show something I'm very proud of, actually. Very, very proud of. And I don't know what the number is. The only number I know on the LNG channel is the Green Grappler Alexa Bliss one, which I think I'm going to get framed somewhere.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. But I generally don't pay attention to those because it's not my. But when we did the Golden Grinnies, I actually felt genuinely like it was a cool thing we were able to do, and I thought we managed to a middle ground between overly serious and real awards, but actually being like Night Grim. And I thought your graphics were honestly the centerpiece of that, and I thought they added so much to the show. It was great to be able to put that stuff out there on Twitter and watch people react to it and take it seriously or take it as what the fuck is this? So you were a huge part of that. And honestly, that feels like a runner-up to what we're going to try and do on Friday with the LNG 50, which is something that's come around very late and we're still working on it, right? I mean, I'm still working on it. You're not. You're way ahead of that. But what you've shown me is like, as someone who has a great deal of attachment to wrestling magazines and the way they used to look, I think there's a really good, it's a really cool thing, and especially because it's trying to capture the Grinner's favorite wrestlers. I think it's neat, and you're doing all the actual hard work on that. So the least I could do was talk about some of my favorite films. You have to thank me to this point.
Well, I do appreciate that. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do it. A lot of this we can take it to the post show or the DMs after. I don't think people want to watch us kiss and smooch right here. A little too much.
You'd be surprised.
Maybe some of the letterbox reviews, maybe they would. But yeah, genuinely thank you for the opportunities to do so. If you made it here and somehow you are not a part of the Late Night Grin or LNG Gold for that matter, it should be in the description if I did this fucker right. If not, it's pretty easy. Go to your YouTube search bar, type in Late Night Grin, and there's some immaculate content. But that's not the only place you can find Joe. It's on Wrestle Purist plenty of times. You can find them there. Maybe a little less.
Here's a scoop for the people here. I'm going to do a show tonight later. So this didn't kill me off. I'm inspired.
Brother.
There's a bonus show coming on LNG Gold. You remember? The next hour or so, something will happen. It's just giving me. I'm going to watch something, but I'll give that scoop to the Riceman loyalists here. But I said it also so you didn't burn me out because I was going to say I'm like Flair, but I realized that's not really in the current climate.
Yeah.
Who else has long matches? Bryan Danielson. I can't do it twice in one show. Shit.
No, you can. You deserve it.
Yeah.
I've advertised this multiple times, calling you the GOAT, the great and powerful. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But no, I'm actually completely fresh because I'm used to doing wrestling talk, and you really did all the hard work. I just got to speak about films I like. So there's another show coming later, but I am indefinitely going to have myself a post show of Riceman first, where we can talk about the business.
Hell yeah. Well, for everyone still here, I appreciate you for tagging along. This was definitely a learning experience. Still kind of learning my way around the ball game here. And I do appreciate all the patience. I appreciate everyone who commented, everyone who's already liked. Thanks to you, Novi, Brainbuster, everyone who's reposted and all that. I had a few pre-orders on the channel before any content has ever been put out. And I appreciate every single one of y'all. Thank you very much. All hell. Thank you for stopping by, most importantly, and thank you for staying a while. See you all next time when I hit the outro.